You. Did you have to read that you have to do? Is this book one? Yeah. Oh, okay, we can be to open session. Okay, the time is 6:04 and we are reconvening to open session. Next, we will move to the flag salute. Ready? Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item will be a report of action taken in closed session. Under conference with legal counsel, the board took action in closed session regarding a matter listed as conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 and voted to reject the claim. The action was approved by a unanimous vote. And that is the report from closed session. Next, we will move to adoption of the agenda. The motion. Okay,
Second.
is there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. The next will be adoption of the consent. The motion. Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
okay, great. Our next item on the agenda is recognition and presentations. We would like to recognize our 2025-2026 district retirees.
Woo.
So, thank you, board. It's my pleasure to bring this item to us again, and we have it after the entire who I'm actually going to call.
A very special one.
Even up, sorry. The 4A year. And I don't, come on up. This is not script, but we're going to go on this. Number one, I like.
Yay!
Yay! Thank you. On here. And then turn it over to you to say a quick hi.
Hi, Mayor, here looking at the prior town, we just, it's been a long time. Of work and, just, it's a part of me, it's a part of my family. There's a lot of roots in this area, this village to live in, families, apartments, students who are all in the. And you can put that in, you know, we started out in third grade, now they're adults with their own third grade, so it's really, been an honor to be a part of their lives.
I'm just very thankful and I have a very full and grateful heart.
Thank you so much, Ida. Would we board like to make comments? I'll start with you, Rick.
Well, just thank you for all your years, and known you a long time, and I'm jealous that you're going to dinner with my mom and some other people pretty soon. When is it? Tomorrow?
Actually in 2 weeks.
Oh, in 2 weeks. Okay. Yeah. So just enjoy retirement. You're one of my all-time faves for sure, without a doubt.
Thank you, Rick. Adriana?
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you for everything. You've always center students and center the students that need the most support sometimes, or the most reminder that they are valuable and that their way of learning matters as well for our district. And that we should also be looking at not everyone has the same structure, or not everyone needs the same structure to learn. So thank you for spending a lot of time with that population of our students, and for being so inclusive to make sure that our students are getting what they need and be able to succeed, and bringing so many students to success. So congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. It's not a goodbye. We'll work with you in a different capacity. But enjoy every second. That it's way more than well deserved. And thank you so much for everything you've done for our district.
Thank you, Ray.
You know, I don't know if you all know, but she's my first cousin. We're related. And yeah, and it's something that I've obviously known her for my entire life, but to watch you evolve
and everything that you've done for this district. I mean, I've obviously worked from your teaching to principal to, you know, she did beautiful words on student advocacy, inclusive and everything that you've done there. But I want to talk about your leadership. Your leadership has been just outstanding because we hear so many of the employees, you know, the day that we went on site to go visit and the other sites that we visit, they constantly rant and rave about how wonderful you are as a leader, how much you've supported them, how much you've really guided them in the right direction. And that when somebody like you is steering the ship, everything else is running smoothly. So again, you know, everything that you've done for all these years for our district, for our students, you've impacted so many lives, Ida. And I know that that is going to stay in your heart forever and it's going to stay in our heart. And because you've always came up to that podium with so much passion. And that passion just really shines on everything that you've done for us. So thank you. We're going to miss you, but I know we'll stay in touch.
Yeah. Thank you, Martha. Angelo?
You know, I have not been here as long as others who've known me for that long. I only known you on my time on the board. I really just want to call you out on the sense of how welcoming you were to me when I was a new board member. You showed me something I'm used to seeing at schools like my Central Bay. My background with law enforcement. My background with law enforcement, I've dealt with continuation schools on the peninsula, and they were not always the best schools, or I didn't really see a lot of care. What really drew me to your school was the amount of empathy and the work that you did with healing students, especially with some of my prior students, where it was more than just their education, it's just helping kids just deal with whatever they're dealing with and how to grow from that. Largely the horse program. The amount of growth I've seen in a couple of years, especially with two of my recent grads when they were freshmen with me, just shows that you had a different mentality at that school that I've never seen in any other schools before. And I just really want to applaud you for what they say, you know, people talk the talk, but you were walking the walk and you did outside the box thinking. And also willing to just guide just new trustees and just like see that we're just trying to learn and giving us a lot of your insight and wisdom. It was just a very great time. I always literally looked forward to visiting Central Bay as one of my highlight schools of this district. And I think that goes to show, like they said, with your leadership and what you brought to our area.
Thank you. Thank you, Angelo. Yes, just want to thank you. It's very clear you're going to leave a legacy, and that's what we all want to do, you know, to know that the work we did mattered. And even though you've had an impact on the board, and it sounds like your colleagues, the most important impacts on the students, showing them their potential. So I want to thank you for that, a career of service and dedication to our district, and most importantly to our students. Your legacy will far outlive your time here, and you've just earned, you know, you deserve and have earned this retirement. So we really wish you the very best on your next adventure. And we want to thank you for your dedicated years of service to our district. So thank you, Ida.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And I'm just going to say a couple of words as well. You're a leader other leaders look up to. You're somebody who, when we think, oh my gosh, if I'm like you in a few years, I will be happy. Right? Because you've made to the points which you've been made, you've made a lasting impact on people. So thank you.
Yes, and let's go. Picture.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah,
And how many years again, Ida?
Was it 30 years?
I started, that is rare, in 85.
We've got an artist, 39. No, 39. So we got it. Okay. Yeah.
You can have a check when you want. Curtis, is there any other retirees?
So nobody else is present.
Okay.
The presentation is there. It's the same presentation we had. Congratulations, Ida.
Right.
Presentation is the same one we had last week, so that afforded us the ability to call Ida up special today.
Well,
So,
thank you.
thank you.
Okay, and next we're going to move on to our presentation on iReady end of year data report. Hi, welcome, Kim.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, board and superintendents. I'm Kimberly McCulloch, Director of Teaching and Learning. And I'm here tonight just to give a quick overview of our end of year. Do you like that quick? Academic performance and our iReady diagnostic results. So those two screenshots up there are showing our iReady data at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year for reading. And so you could see at the beginning of the year, 12% of our students were reading on or above grade level. By the end of the year, that number had increased to 27%. In addition, we had decreased the number of students that were reading 2 to 3 years below grade level from 63% to 46%. So I thought this was a great graph of showing the different areas in the reading comprehension and how much growth we saw from the beginning of year to end of year and all those different areas. So you can see a strong increase in high frequency words and also in phonics, and there was growth across all the different areas. So going to the iReady math, you can see beginning of the year, we started with only 5% of our students that were on or above grade level in mathematics. By the end of the year, that number had increased to 29% of students on or above grade level. Additionally, we saw a decrease in the red, the number of students 2 or more years below grade level, decreasing from 57% to 35%. So we also saw really strong growth. And this is really interesting to me because in math, we're doing a pilot. And so many times during a pilot, your scores will actually drop a bit because the teachers are learning the new curriculum, but yet we saw an increase in math. So I thought that was great growth to see across the district. When we broke down the different areas in math, we saw some strong growth, especially in number and operations, a growth of 30 points. So there was strong growth in every single concept in mathematics, algebra, measurement, and geometry as well. So just to put it in a nice, beautiful visual, we saw 125% increase in students reading on or above grade level in reading, and almost 6 times the increase in students on or above grade level in math. And that is strong growth. We want to keep it up. And so then Dr. Turkey asked me, he said, well, how does it compare to the year before? So I had to go back and do another slide and pull up the data from last year. So if you looked at last year in reading, we ended the year at 22%, and this year we ended at 27%. So we had a 5% higher growth than last year. Mathematics, we ended at 20%, and this year we ended at 29%. So the work that our teachers are doing, supporting our students, the work that our classified staff is doing, the leadership from our administrators is making an impact, and we're seeing that growth that we want to see with our students in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. That
was great.
I told you to be short.
Yes,
awesome.
wonderful. Okay. Question. Thank you. Questions or clarifications? We'll start with you, Angelo. Any questions or clarifications?
No.
Okay, thank you. No, it's spoke for itself. Thank you. Adriana?
I guess my question is, it's great that we're seeing all the increase and everything, but it was the increase in all different populations of our students?
So there was an increase, and I'd have to break it down to see the exact percentage. I can send that data to you if you want to see that too, but there was an increase in all our different student groups.
Yeah, I think that would be great for us to see because, again, like what I've seen throughout our is that we increase, but there's certain groups that we never increase.
Uh-huh.
And I would love to see if we actually did increase. I would love to celebrate that.
Yeah.
Because that has been something that we've been stuck for a very long time in certain populations, like the long-term English learners, like the students with disabilities. Those are populations that we always see either decline or not move the needle at all. And I would love to have some data and make sure that we're celebrating, but at the same time paying attention that every group is actually increasing.
And so in iReady, it doesn't break down English learners by LTELs and English learners, but I can get a slide and share it with Dr. Turkey that shows English learners and students with disabilities.
Perfect.
So it does allow you to break it down into those student groups.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Adriana. Do you have any clarifying questions, Rick?
No, thank
Okay,
you. Great presentation. Thank you, and great news.
thank you. Okay, we're going to open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment? Okay, okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna close public comment and now we will open it up for any comments from the board. Go ahead, Angela.
Out of the past year, that is the best presentation I've ever seen. Thank you. May others take model of what you did.
Okay, thank you.
No, this is really exciting to celebrate, to see that needle, and I do appreciate that information, that maybe we could see the breakdown. Did you say it was gonna be emailed to us, or?
So I can email it to Dr. Turkey to send
Okay.
out, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
No, I'm just also really excited and it's great to celebrate our students and see. And I feel like it's really important to measure more often like you're doing than just look at the beginning so I'm really glad that we're celebrating and measuring and I look forward to seeing more of a breakdown to continue to celebrate our students.
Thank you, Adriana. Rick?
No.
No.
No, yeah, yeah.
I just saw your smile. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you had a thought. I will just say that this is why I joined the board, because I did feel like our students weren't moving in the right direction. And I know there's still a lot of work to do, right? We're not getting everybody there. But wow, this is really a reason to celebrate, because I know there's a lot of great things happening at this district. I think we've had a phenomenal year, and these numbers really show it. They show everybody's hard work. They show trying to identify and repeat best practices that work for our district, and we see working with our students and hopefully capturing more groups in that success. So thank you so much for this presentation. It really is remarkable and a step in the right direction. So thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
We'll be moving on to our next item, which is presentation of district facilities 2026 summer projects. Hi, Angel. Tell us what you're gonna do.
Try to finish in 3 minutes.
Okay.
So just set the
Funny.
bar.
Did set a high bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I actually want to take a moment to discuss as we approach summer, but we're already there, 2 days in already for us. Wanted to touch base on some of the upcoming projects that we have at each school site. This list has been comprised based on our visits for our bond visits. We had some members that were here, some of you board members that attended through our administrators, asking them what their needs are. So this list has been comprised of that at each site. So I just kind of wanted to go based quickly on each site and what we have planned, and then just a quick little update on current older projects that are ongoing. So the first one, we're going to be talking about Elkhorn. We did see a couple of needs as we went through our bond meetings, community bond visits. And some of these things have come up, and this is going to be a trend on all of them. We noticed we're trying to see it from a different eye. And yes, we do need a bond. Yes, we do need money to fix everything. But some of these things are deferred maintenance. Some of these things are things that we need to handle in-house. It's things that we need to handle, and this is the perfect opportunity to do these corrections. So for example, at Elkhorn, we did notice the need for the repairing of the portable restrooms by the playground. This is inside and outside. The walls are deteriorating. If you notice, some of the gutters are missing. So that is the type of project that we're going to handle. And it is something that we are capable of doing, as evidence that we're taking on a project in Prunedale currently that is replacing these type of making these type of repairs. So we want to fix the portable restrooms, repair and replace walls and borders throughout the site. There are many sites, many areas where just boards are broken halfway through. It's not sightly. It's something simple. It's something that we want to fix. And when I mean simple is because it should be done. It should just be done. And then another aspect that we're trying to look, and this is a mission that I think superintendent has tasked me with, and it's to try to expand the parking lot at Elkhorn. I'm working currently with our fire department to ensure that it would be okay. But that second picture on the bottom, this is coming from the area where we have our garden, and we see that there is space back there. Whether it's 5 to 10 parking spots, it is 5 to 10 parking spots of people that don't have to be in the streets. So it is something that we want to develop, work on. Well, like I said, we've already taken the first steps in working with the fire, North County Fire to make sure that it's okay, that it does not block, because we do have other fire entrances, fire lanes. And these three projects, and when I mean the second one would be multiple projects throughout the site, would be done by August 7th, which is the Friday before we start school. Castroville Elementary, we saw the need for the entry gate and fencing. As you see by the picture, we have a temporary, sorry, I have it here.
That's okay.
I'm controlling too.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Got it. Yeah. We have a temporary fencing that is, aside from not the prettiest look that we have in a campus, it's also not safe. And that's one of our key things that we want to do, safety, and be able to improve that. So this is a project that we would not only would be replacing and doing a permanent fence on that entrance, it kind of funnels parents and guests into the office. Part of that project would be to actually replace the entrance fence that, if you've ever noticed it, there's just a chain out there. I don't think it ever locks or ever closes. So we want to make sure that our students are safe, are protected. We also understand that if you have a gate there, you're going to have issues accessing. So part of what we're working with one of our vendors is putting a screen, two-way video, so that the reception at the office could actually allow parents to come in based on being able to see why they're the need and be welcoming, at the same time safe. This project, we are still working on a couple of the details, so cost is still a little bit to be determined, but it will be up at the next board meeting for approval. Another project is Echo Valley. Once again, this is a task that, in this case, Jacob has really emphasized the need, and I agree. And this is the entry gate project at the parking lot. So it would be twofold. There would be two gates. One, if you see the picture on top, that's for our temporary parking. As of right now, because we can't close it and open it on a day at every moment, that really does give access to anybody to come in through that area, and we want to secure that. On the bottom picture, that would be to separate the top level of parking with the bottom, which would help us control traffic control, and also create another entry point where not anybody's just going into the campus. This campus is very spread open, so if we don't have a gate there, technically they have access to level 4 and level 5 at Echo Valley. This project is actually ready to go. We are going to be bringing up that item for board approval, but we did finalize on cost and design based on the needs for the Echo Valley. Prunedale Elementary, we have a couple of items that actually got approved in today's consent agenda. And those are the first two items, which is installing a drainage system behind room 15 and 18 that for the last 3 years have caused multiple flooding into those rooms. We were able to do a remediation of room 15 and 16. So now we're moving on to 17 and 18. And that is replacing flooring, replacing carpet, fixing any damage, any water damage on the cabinets, as well as the walls that have received water intrusion over the last couple of years. The reason why we were able to push back that project and concentrate on the first two and not the second two was, one, because our air quality testing showed that the first two had spores in the air. The second two did not. So it was safe for the students to be there at that time. It was also a request by the site, because we weren't going to be able to relocate all 4 classes at the same time. So we took it in sections. Another part of this was through our visits was that we saw the need for ramps. Some of these ramps are located on portables that may be planned for replacement. That does not mean that they're currently safe, and whether our replacement of those portables may be 6 months to 6 years, it doesn't matter. The kids are not safe going on those ramps. So we are moving to replace as many of those ramps with the ability, and that's a part of the design that was implemented by our vendor, is that the ability to be able to remove those ramps and put them in another location if need, when that room is ready to be moved. Those replacements, along with same thing, walls and boards that throughout the campus will be completed by August 7th. This school does give us the opportunity to work a little bit more in depth because there is no summer school plan for that. So it is a nice opportunity to try to work on as many projects as possible. We move on to the middle school. Middle school, we are in desperate need of carpets. We have made a plan where we are working on our two-story building where it may look great on the outside, but this type of picture that you see there, that's a great example of the carpet that's in there. And that is not sightly, that's not safe. I mean, there's so many reasons why that's not it's not a good environment for the students. So we are working on replacing those. We are also doing the safety part of it, which would be repairing the floor and in the two-story section. Right now, that floor has no grip anymore. And in rainy times, we've been told that it is very slippery. So we are refinishing that floor and those steps to make sure that that is bringing a safety concern on that. Throughout that, the other thing that our sites have asked us, our administrators, has been painting, just doing painting. There's so many chips, there's so many, the walls are just, it's noticeable. And what thing that we discuss is not only is it going to be an original, is to paint and do a touch up on the whole school professionally, we are going to be equipping our custodial staff, our maintenance staff to keep the upkeep of those rooms, to keep the upkeep of those walls and being able to have that extra paint there so that you see something, let's do it on a Friday. By the time the students come back on a Monday, it's dry, there's no issue. But it's been too long where we just are not doing the small little things that go so far in it's school pride and just having that moment for the students to be proud of their school sites. There is a wish list on this one that may take a little bit longer if you don't mind me kind of going into it. It's not on this list, but I do want to touch on it because I do want to put the pressure on myself that it's a priority, and it's those locker rooms. We've discussed it. We've all been to those locker rooms. Give the students space just to change and not to put anywhere. So we want to be able to recreate that space where they have a space. It's shared space, but it's basically opened lockers where they may not have a close to lock it, but they could hang their bags. They could put their clothes. They could put things a little bit more respectful towards kids. Also giving them benches so that they could have that proper equipment. This is a little bit bigger task, and that's why I didn't put it under summer school but it is something that we're starting now, and we're just trying to get. This is a lot of building of the cabinet, so there is going to be a little bit possibly longer. That's once again, but it is something that we are pushing forward. At the high school, we are doing a couple of projects that are in the main area, which is throughout the campus. We want to do a pressure washing. It has been, if I saw the last time we did, I believe it was 6 years ago. And with our weather, with our gutter, it is needed. It's got to be something that we could do. We got to a point where we've been pricing it with many things, and I really feel that as much as it's going to be a little bit of a stretch, we could do it internally. The cost of it for pressure washing is outrageous. It's money that could go other places. So we are going to handle that internally. We're going to rent a lift and other things, but it is something that we could do. We're capable and we have the staffing. Another part is going to be a refresh on the forum. And that refresh includes epoxy flooring and interior painting. It is something that it's needed. The colors kind of clash everywhere, and just something that could be, once again, it's a centerpiece for our school, it's for our district, and we want to be able to concentrate on that. We are replacing the flooring in certain classrooms. For example, building C300. That flooring, and if you are aware of that, it's not necessarily that it's an old flooring, it's that we have not, there's a lot of water intrusion from the bottom, so we do have to do a little bit of work with that, but to seal the concrete and be able to replace that classroom. Another part, yeah, we did add it there. It's we are working with fabrication to do to fabricate for our vending machines. Currently, our vending machine system is in a forum and it's not really accessible to all students, especially students in the after school program. So we do want to be able to, when I say after school programs, it's sports and ability to be able to get a snack, be able to get a hydration thing. So we are going to be doing that because of working with our food service. We're not able to just provide that food throughout the day. So we are going to be closing them and opening it for students. Central Bay, the final thing in Central Bay is doing some fence repairs. There's entrance fence repairs and then also the perimeter fence. We did talk about improving the fields, and we are working with our grounds crew to be able to improve the fields and make sure that they're not only safe, but also look prettier.
Can you go to the next
Sorry.
slide?
Yes,
Thank you.
that they look slightly, and you know, that it works for our students. Same thing, this project is estimated to be done by August 7th, which is the Friday before summer school. And then the final piece, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of just jump into some current projects, and then let's see the time. So we're currently working on to try to finalize the entry project, which is the signage and bus shelters. We do have a couple of issues that have arose since we received the bus shelters, as in the location where they're being installed, or there's utility blockage on the bottom. So we've worked with our engineers, with our architects to change some of the design. Not the design, but the installation piece, so that they could go in with those aside from those utility interruptions. EOP, we are still working, but now this has changed a little bit. The EOP connection at middle school. Sorry, it is being worked through MCOE. It did change a little bit. Did restart. It's restarting Monday, and it is expected to complete by September 15th. We are currently working with Prunedale, and since I wrote that, it was we were waiting delivery. We have received that project, and we are expecting to start installation on the 18th, be done by June 30th. And we continue to work with the design, with administration and our vendors for our Elkhorn inclusive playground as well. This one will require a bit of a DSA, but it is of an over-the-counter. So we should see much faster, not our typical 8-month process.
Thank you, Angel. I'm going to open it up for clarification questions. I'm going to start with you, Rick. Do you have any questions or clarifications?
Yeah, probably. Well, comments or questions, or just questions on it?
Well, it's like questions or clarifications. Okay, thank you. Adriana?
No,
Martha?
I did. You know, the list that you provided and of all these areas of improvements for the summer.
Yeah.
Are considered deferred maintenance, right?
Correct.
So does that fall under our 500,000 budget that we have aside for that? Because I saw that there was no prices attached to all these projects.
Yes, because well, a lot of them is going to be done internally. So the ones that did have a cost would be coming in through board approval. Those would fall into that cost. So yes, everything's within our budget. We are going to also be resetting that budget on July 1st. So some of them switch over and take on for the next fiscal year.
Because all that, I heard you say it's deferred maintenance. So it
Correct.
comes out of that 500,000.
Yes.
That was allotted for the entire year. That what I'm hearing you say, you're going to tap into the rest, whatever that looks like. And I'm sure we're going to get a budget report and then tap into July 1st. budget to finish these projects for the summer.
Correct. And,
Okay.
and yes, and most of the project, there's some projects that are already starting and they're going to be done before June 30th. That's going to go in this year's deferred budget. For example, carpets and a couple of other projects that are going to go in pass into July. Those would have to be for next fiscal year.
And speaking of the carpets, was there any discussion about using vinyl flooring versus carpets with, you know?
There has been, in a classroom setting, especially like at a middle school, at a North Monterey Middle School. There is some of those rooms
Like
that do
this?
have vinyl and do have VCT. The cost itself is not too different, but it's more of the environment that it creates. Classrooms with VCT might be a little bit more colder and those classrooms have been set up as with carpet throughout. So we were trying to maintain the similarity if that classroom had carpet. It is something we can look at, but there was price wise, it wasn't too much difference. So that's why.
I understand the price wise. I'm looking at the wear and tear.
Yeah.
We've always replacing carpets and having to like maintain them versus flooring like this, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if that was considered, if that was discussed, if that's allowed.
Well, the one thing that we didn't know, and it wasn't discussed on that aspect, what was discussed was going with carpet tiles, which is easier to replace, easier to repair. There's less faltering of those seams that would rip and cost that picture. So that part was discussed on what would be more easier to maintain.
And then the locker room project, I'm excited about that's happening
Me too.
because those middle school kids have been able to work with very minimal stuff and they've been asking for this for a long time. Are you getting a contractor to do that? Because I heard you say there's building of cabinets, there's, redesign of it. Are you
Correct.
just-
That would be a contractor, and every contractor that I've talked to so far, they're talking about 30 days out of building to build. So that's what when we're talking about building, they're not you could buy prefabricated, but you're talking about we've done a lot of research on this. You're talking about 3 sections. So you would order so many of the cost is ridiculous. So if we are able to, we have a fabricator right now a vendor that could fabricate cabinets and do it specifically what our need is. It would be much cheaper and delivery time is right about the same because of the amount that we were trying to find. Once again, any cabinet maker right now would be around 30 days. So it would still fall within the summer, but once again, because trying to prevent any potential delays on that one.
Okay, that was my question.
Thank you, Martha. Angela, any clarifying questions? Okay, we're gonna open it up to public comment.
So I've been all over the campuses at this point. I can officially say that I've set foot on every campus in this district. Echo Valley is now crossed off my list. With all those site tours, we saw a lot of stuff and I appreciated the board members coming out for those. These items were things that are low hanging fruit. They're really things that have been years that why are we still looking at these? Why are we still, tripping on this? Why are, the board has been eaten out by the raccoon and we've chased them out of there. We've gotten rid of the raccoon, but the hole's still there and it's been 5 years. So to hear that we're finally moving on that is exciting because it's how do we have pride in our school when the paint's wrecked, when the mold is the algae on the top of the eaves is older than I am in some places. It's hard to have that pride. And right now we need our children to be proud of our community and where they come from, because there's a lot of people like me out there that are still proud of being from North County. And if we're going to be asking our community to potentially learn to trust again and to give the district some money, crossing stuff off like this without having to tap that bond money is really good news. It's a really good selling point, guys, because now you're showing that you care as much as we do. Not saying that you don't, but the impression is that you don't. Because it's like, why is this, why do we still have the hole there? We chased the raccoons out, right? So thank you, Angel, for moving on it. You and I have had a lot of talks on this kind of low hanging fruit stuff, and I'm excited to see it get done. I will be paying attention to, come beginning of the school year to make sure that these are done, because ultimately I want to be out there with the megaphone too, saying, hey, we got this done, guys. So thank you. And I appreciate the report, Angel, even though you don't have to give it to me.
Thank you, Eric. Do we have any on Zoom? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, I'm closing public comment and we will move around the table, starting with you, Rick, for any comments.
Yeah, just super happy that this stuff is getting done, and it's maybe it's you, or it probably is you. We've asked for, and and it works out where we could do this in-house, most of it, and this is definitely a link I'm going to share with the public, and of all the things that are getting done this summer. It's super awesome. I'm really proud, and really happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Adriana?
Yeah, thank you for telling us everything that's going to happen. I'm really glad that we're addressing things that have been there for a very long time, and that there's a plan in place. And I'm hoping that we continue to find ways to improve our facilities, improve in ways that we don't let it sit for a long time and then it gets worse and worse and worse, and then we have to spend, and then we don't have money to spend. So I'm hoping that with your work and with the team, that there could be really tracking and making sure that everything it's on time, and that if there's any issues that we are informed, that anyone that needs to be informed, it gets informed, so that when we start hearing from all of our stakeholders, that we know that there's a plan if anything was put in hold. So I appreciate, and I look forward to seeing the results of all this, because a lot of us have been waiting for a very long time to fix minor things that have, it's not safe for our students, it's not safe for our staff, it's not safe for anyone. And it's also not fair that we have it like that. And we should have better facilities for all of us.
Thank you, Adriana. Martha?
No, I think everything was pretty much well said. I'm excited about, obviously these projects happen every year.
Mhm.
There's always a big to-do list in the
Yeah.
summer. And making sure like it's visible, but obviously a lot of it's interior also. But I think it's just transparency and communication, and what I like about it is the collaboration, working with the site leaders on that priority list,
Mhm.
and with community and with others. And it's a collaboration effort, on those lists, because those lists are long.
Yeah.
There's always, these schools are over 50 years old.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be something. I know that we saw in there the utility blockage situation for the covers on the high school. So, again, you guys come across obstacles, right? I guess I'll call it an obstacle, like we did with this project that was supposed to be done in the beginning of the school year. So it's just, I hope that all of this pans out smoothly, you get all these projects done, and we can celebrate the beginning of the school year. So thank you.
So what I'm hoping for follow-up is exciting list.
Mhm.
It's not a critique, it's more like let's assess our deferred maintenance plans.
Mhm.
Hopefully, I want to say like at the start of the school year, if you can come back and then give us an update of what got completed, what are some of the barriers that we encountered? Basically, let us know what got completed,
Yeah.
what did not get completed. And if it did not get completed, what were the barriers in place that prevented it from getting completed? In an attempt to grow our stewardship of our facilities, so we could show the public that if the public does choose to have this bond, that we're basically setting up a pattern of how do we upkeep our stuff so we don't have to do this repeat 10 years down the road when if it does get passed and we fix everything.
Yeah.
But we failed to maintain it, and then now we're paying a bill when everything needs to be fixed again. So it could show a pattern being built.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we can have a follow-up in September
Absolutely.
and give us an honest assessment of, how to go. You know,
Thank you.
what do
Yeah.
we get better from?
Yeah,
Thank you, Angelo. I would just say, Angel, you have a unique opportunity. I've never seen a summer program before. The facilities, the maintenance of the facilities has been very disappointing. Because there are minor repairs that we should be able to take care of.
Yeah.
And preventative maintenance and working with the sites to identify critical needs. So thank you for doing that. And we're looking forward to the updates.
Perfect.
So thank you.
absolutely.
Okay, next we'll be moving on to public comment on non-agenda matters. Sure. Our next item is public comment on non-agenda matters. Is there anyone in the library who would like to make a public comment on non-agenda matters? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a public comment on non-agenda matters? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment and move on to board reports. Angela, we will start with you.
No board report.
Okay, Martha?
No, I just, obviously the celebration of last week, attending all of the wonderful graduations, which is the ultimate highlight of the year. And seeing all those, smiling, just the passion, the love, the excitement of the parents, the students, the staff, reading those, meeting those goals. And I'm glad that, we were there to witness that. And I just, that's obviously we had a very busy week last week, all three back to back. And then the ethnic studies workshop that we did on Tuesday. So the ethnic studies workshop, again, I'm looking forward to it being on the agenda. And we heard a lot of great feedback, from, we saw the curriculum, we saw feedback from the student highlight obviously was the passionate one for me. And then obviously attending some of those committee meetings. I know I wasn't part of that committee, but I did go to one of them. And I'm just looking forward to the ethnic studies, the rest of the information that will be presented. And yeah.
Thank you, Martha. Adriana?
No report, but I do want to wish those who are on break a great break, and those who are still continuing to work and continuing to prepare for our next school year. I appreciate that. We appreciate that, and we look forward to another great school year. And again, there's always room for improvement, room for making things better. But I'm really happy with everything that has happened over the past year. Continue to tell us how to improve, continue to tell us how to do better. But for those who are taking a break, thank you. And thank you for another wonderful year and for spending and dedicating your career and your dedication to our students, which is really important for me. And those who don't get to rest, I'm hoping that you'll get some PTO time off once more things are more settled. So thank you all and have a great break.
Thank you, Adriana. Rick?
Just super happy. It was a really crazy week last week. Having a graduate too, and then I had other promotions I went to, and my kindergarten promoted to first. So it was a happy week, busy week, exhausting week. And now my senior is going to Hawaii on Thursday.
Wow. Very
Wow.
So it
exciting.
should be a great experience for him, and he's all set up for MPC and see how everything goes in the future. But yeah, great year. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, well, congratulations to your son. Yes, I guess we should take this moment to really thank staff, because it did go off without a hitch, from yard supervisors, safety supervisors, maintenance staff. Everybody really pitched in. Who was playing music? Was that your team, Brianna? Somebody was playing music. Thank you. Whoever that staff was, each staff member that showed up and were voluntold, or however they got there, they really did a stellar job with parking and navigating and getting us in smoothly. I think it went off without a hitch. And really, it has been a stellar year with really good progress in a lot of different areas. So we have a lot to celebrate. You have a lot to celebrate. The team has a lot to celebrate. So my kudos and congratulations to the entire district for a job well done. Okay, next we will be moving on to superintendent's report.
Right, thank you. So on that theme, if we could just go to the second slide, please. So, okay, so by the numbers, ed options, we had 47 graduates from independent study. We had 9 from Central Bay, and we also had our adults also graduate. The next day we had middle school. We had a total of 278 students who were promoting and had reached all of the promotion criteria, which is pretty wonderful. And then the culmination, the high school, 239 students who graduated and met all of those graduation requirements, which a little bit of the back of the envelope calculations gets us somewhere between 95 and 96% graduation rate. Which is a significant increase from last year. So pretty great news. Congrats to all the graduates. Congrats to all of the families. It's a pretty wonderful time. So yeah, thanks everybody for putting that together. Next slide, please. Okay, so summer feeding. There is free summer meals. We've entered into partnership with No Kid Hungry, and we're hosting a free summer meals program. This is for kids and teens 18 years and younger. There are several locations, and all of this information is also available on our website. So please spread the word about the free meals during the summer. Next slide, please. Okay, so June is Pride Month, and recognizing June as Pride Month provides us with the opportunity to acknowledge the contributions, experiences, and diversity of the LGBTQIA+ individuals while promoting understanding, acceptance, and belonging throughout the school community. Recognizing Pride Month aligns with the district's commitment to equity and inclusion, and reaffirming the importance of creating supportive educational environments where every student can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And we also encourage respectful dialogue, celebrate diversity, and reinforce the district's dedication to ensuring that all members of the school community are treated with dignity and respect. So happy Pride, folks. Happy Pride. Next slide, please. Okay, so this week, to the point which you were just making, not everybody is on summer break yet, okay? And we had around 55 teachers who decided not to take their summer break straight away, but instead to get together and talk about priority standards and talk about curriculum maps and make sure that we have all this planning in place for next year. So some real basics about teaching and learning, right? The very first thing which you got to think of is, what is it that we want the kids to learn, right? Now, I know you might think, okay, well, you just follow the standards, right? However, there isn't actually enough time to do all of the standards to the same degree. So then you think, well, hold on, which of these are priority standards versus supporting standards? And you give way more weight to your priority standards than you do your supporting standards. And then you have to think, okay, well, how do they line up with the curriculum materials? And you make yourself a map going throughout the entire school year. And the idea of that is that all of the teachers within that grade level or within that course follow that map. So we're teaching the same thing, which is that guaranteed and viable curriculum for every student. And then we can also go through our improvement cycles because we're teaching the same stuff. So this is the bedrock, really, of good teaching and learning. Nothing else happens without this. So thank you to all of those 55 teachers who came together to do that. Thank you to Kim McCulloch and her team of TOSAs who put this on. Next slide, please. Okay, so our staff spotlight today is for Miss Hearn. Okay, and she has been a teacher at our high school and has been the director of the drama club for 4 years. She started with only 8 students, and now the program has grown to over 30 students. And she's expanded the cast to include students from also the middle and the elementary schools. She has a lot of pride and passion, and the kids who joined that drama club really, really love it. So if we can give it up, please, for Miss Hearn. And that is it for the superintendent report.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we will invite a report from CSCA. Is there anyone here who would like to report? Anyone on Zoom? No. Okay, next we will move on to NMCFT. Is there anyone here who would like to report? Anyone on Zoom? No. Okay, next we will move on to our discussion, action, and our information items. And we're going to start with our first reading of proposed general obligation bond resolution and priority facilities project list. Are you presenting on that, Matt? Great.
Okay, it's a little unusual for the superintendent to present, but I'm a hands-on superintendent, so this is sometimes what happens. So yes, I'll be presenting on the bond today. After I've presented on these basics, then we have a guest, Rob Anslow, who is a lawyer who will be actually going through the bond resolution. Okay, so few basics. We know the basics about our school district. Okay, we serve around 4,200 students in TK through 12. We know the basic demographics: 46% English learners, 23% homeless, 86% socioeconomically disadvantaged, 14% students with disabilities. And we know what our aim is, our mission. Our mission is to ensure that all students graduate college, career, and life ready. That is why we're here. Part of that is teaching and learning. Part of that is making sure that the very best things happen within those classrooms. And then part of that is the classrooms themselves. Because if students aren't safe, warm, and dry within their classrooms, it does erode their ability to learn. So those environments are really what we're talking about here. Those environments for students to learn in. So, as those of us who are here probably know, most of our schools were built over 60 years ago, and they do not meet current safety or instructional standards, and they need significant repairs to bring them up to the standard which our students deserve. So there's so much to do, and you think, well, where do you start? Well, where you start is with a facilities master plan. So we developed a facilities master plan in December of 2025. This came up with a lot of priorities in each of the schools. Those priorities had specific cost estimates to the site. Now, what I will say about those cost estimates is those cost estimates were for December of 2025, which means that they only go up because of inflation. Okay, so we went through that process, and that told us a few things. It told us that across the district, our main priorities were: one, to upgrade and replace our aging HVAC, our heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. Number two, to improve our core site infrastructure. Those are things like the plumbing, the sewage, the water, those type of things. To enhance campus security and safety, things like gates, things like fences, so on and so forth. To address maintenance and modernization in the permanent buildings, all right? So all of the things which we just heard of from Angel, those kind of things, okay? So we're talking about rotten pieces of wood. We're talking about, gutters which are falling apart. We're talking about painting. We're talking about all of those things, okay? Talking about windows, so on and so forth. Now, we only say in permanent buildings there, because what we don't want to do is fix up an old portable, which is its end of life. Which brings me on to the next point. Our portables are at end of life. They are only built to last 20 to 25 years, and they are right there, if not over. Some of them, if you push hard enough, you can kind of you could punch a hole through them. You could punch a hole through some of our portables, okay? What we don't want to do is spend money on painting up an old portable. That is the definition of a lipstick on a pig. We don't need to do that. That is a waste of our money, right? Instead, we want to do that in in modernizing our permanent buildings. Our aging portables, we do need to replace those, and we do need to replace them with modular buildings, okay, and come up with a replacement plan there. And then last on the list is right-sizing our multi-purpose rooms. In each of our elementaries, we have around 500 to 600 kids in each one. Those elementary schools were built for 300 students each. Most of our lunchtime start at around 10:50, and they end at about 1:50. And the reason that lunchtime is so long is you can only fit so many kids in those small multipurpose rooms, and you have to rotate them through. So we have these long, long lunch times. Okay. Also, in terms of the family meeting space, community meeting space, they're too small for the amount of families. I don't know if anyone's gone to an event at Castroville recently. Has anyone gone to an event at Castroville recently? Okay. How is it fitting into that multipurpose room? It's not good. It's not good. So these are all of the summary of the priorities. Big picture, we're talking $200 million in repairs. That's a lot of money. Our operating budget, you'll hear soon, is probably a little over 100 million every year. And that's how much money we need to run the schools and the school district, with a couple of million in deferred maintenance. It is not enough money to make the kind of repairs which we need to give our students the kind of facilities which they deserve. So what's a successful strategy when we need 200 million? Well, we need to think about student-focused priorities. What do students need first? We know that we're going to need a local funding measure. That means a bond. That's taxes. Okay, without that, this is not going to be able to be done. We're going to have to set ourselves up so that we can access whatever eligible state matching funds are available. So in certain places, we spend money, we end up spending 40% of it, we get 60% back. Okay, more on that to come. Having a dedicated ongoing funding for deferred maintenance. The reason which many of our schools are in this position is because we've let them be. We've not kept them up. We've not invested in our facilities. So we do need to keep that up. Within our facilities master plan, I actually recommend $2.7 million in deferred maintenance in the budget each year. That is currently not in this budget, and you will hear about that, okay? However, we do know that we need to up the amount, which is in our deferred maintenance, and we're hoping to do that when we get the actual ending balance from this year. But you'll hear more about that in the budget presentation. And we also know that this is a focus and sustained 10-year effort. This is not going to be fixed by next year or the year after or the year after. Okay, we can make dents, but it's 10-year plus effort. So what we're considering is a $40 million school improvement bond measure for the November 2026 ballot. A $40 million school improvement bond would mean that all of that money can only be spent on construction needs. That's all it can be spent on. It cannot go towards administrative salaries who have nothing to do with construction. Okay, it only goes towards facilities. Now, it also covers the soft costs of facilities, right? So for example, you need architects, you need plans, you need planning permission. It does go to all of those things because we need those things. So let's talk about cost to taxpayers. This would cost approximately $32 per 100,000 of assessed property value. So what that means is if I'm a homeowner, and this is only a tax for homeowners, not everybody, just homeowners. If my home, let's say it's worth $600,000, but the assessed property value may only be $400,000, that means my extra tax would be $128 per year. That's how much extra I would be paying on my taxes. So let's have a comparison and then let's just see what this looks like. So bear with me with this graph, everybody, okay? We're first of all going to follow the red line. If you look at the red line, that tracks how much homeowners in North Monterey County would pay on their taxes for a GO bond. So currently, when you track that number across, you can see the bottom of the red line before it goes dashed. That tracks at about $38 per 100,000 of assessed value. Now you think, well, where does that come from? That comes from a mix of those gray bars. Those gray bars are from the 2002 bond, which we're still paying off, and then the green bars, which is the bond from 2013. The light colored bars are the interest, and then the darker colored bars are the actual principal. Okay, so as a bond goes on, you pay more and more kind of in principal and less in interest because that's the way which loans work. Okay, the blue bars, that would be if a bond is voted on and if a bond passes, those are the blue bars. Okay, so that's the extra about $32 per year per assessed value of 100,000. So let's see what happens to that red line. For 2 years, it jumps and it jumps to above 60. And then it drops. And the reason it drops is because the loan from 2002 is then paid off. And then it drops to just under 50 and it stabilizes at around $50 per 100,000. So that's pretty much what the taxes would be. Okay, so $50 per 100,000. So then we think, okay, well, how does that stack up with other districts across the county? These are all the other districts across the county. And how much each district pays, sorry, each homeowner pays in each district towards geo bonds per 100,000. At the bottom of the list is Carmel. Homeowners in Carmel pay $10 per 100,000. We're second, we pay 38. Soledad is at the top of the list at 250. You can see the number of bond measures which they have, which is listed there. And there's a couple of interesting points here. Soledad is the school district which is closest to our own in terms of demographics and population and size. They're pretty much our direct comparison. If anyone's been to Soledad and checked out the schools there, they look really nice. They look really, really nice. I also want to point out Monterey Peninsula there as well. They pay $97 on the 100,000. They've recently had 3 bonds, the last one in 2024. The reason I point out Monterey Peninsula is 10 years ago, they were in a very similar position to us. Their schools did not look good. They've been through a series of bonds where they started off relatively small and asked their constituents, trust us with this small amount of money, relatively small amount of money, and we're going to do a darn good job on it. And they did. And then they got another couple of bonds and their schools are looking better and better. This is essentially what we are trying to emulate here. We're asking for 40 million. 40 million isn't 200 million, but we can do some things with 40 million. That's a lot of money and we can do it well. So then you think, okay, fair enough. Let's look at these taxes. We see where we stack up. We know how much we're going for. What would you do with the money? So this is where the priorities come in. So we did visit each and every school and we talked with community members, and each school has a slide a bit like this. I'm going to take you through the slide. So this is Castroville. On the left-hand side, what you see is the priorities which have been pointed out from the facilities master plan. So it starts there with replace aging windows campus-wide, and then goes down to construct a larger modern multipurpose room. Each of them has got a price tag, so the total cost right there. Then you see data from April the 16th. That's when we met with community members here at the high school, and we asked, hey, if you had $40 million, where would you spend it? And they voted with dots. And on that day, improved campus security came up with the most at 11. But that was before we'd actually visited the site. And then on May the 13th, we went and visited the actual site and toured around so people could see these things in person. And then people voted with their dots. And you can see that in this one, the one with the most dots was 27, which is install HVAC systems throughout the permanent classroom rooms. That was the one which was the most. Then the next question, which you might ask is, well, how do you divvy up 40 million between all the different schools? Do you do it equally? We don't do it equally. We do it by need. So the way which we did this is the total amount for Castroville was 20,594,000. We took that and we divided it by the total across the district, which is 194 million. And we got a ratio. That ratio is 0.1. Okay, it's about 10%. About 10%. And then we take that 10%, we multiply it by 40 million, and it gives us a number. And the number which it gives us is 4.2 million. So if we distribute the amount of 40 million by need, by site, this is how you distribute it. So we have about 4.2 million to spend at Castroville. Let's look at those priorities. The number one priority here was install HVAC. That's 4.2 million. So you think to yourself, okay, done. 4.2, 4.2. Great. What was brought up actually when we looked at this as a board was, how about the windows? Because if you install the HVAC, you're not going to be very efficient if those windows aren't done. And so here the recommendation is to do the HVAC and do the windows at the same time. Now, when you add up those two figures, you get 4.8 million. And so then you might ask, well, hold on, Castroville only gets 4.2 million. Do you do all of it? And the answer is, we may not do all of it. So while we're doing HVAC and windows at Castroville, we would continue going until we'd hit the amount of money which Castroville has been allotted, and then we may need to stop. Okay, so this doesn't mean that all of it would get done at Castroville, but it means that most of it would. I'll go a little bit quicker on the next slides because the same logic pertains to them, okay? So on the next one, this is Echo Valley. Echo Valley had more need, and because it had more need, the ratio here was 0.14. The total amount was about 6 million. And then the priorities here, as voted on by the public, were the two shade structures, and then improve campus security with full perimeter fencing, also address the sewer and wastewater issues on the upper campus, deferred maintenance and modernization, that's windows, internal and external paint and electrical, and then followed by HVAC. And again, what you'll see is when you add HVAC to that, that's 5 million. We would not be able to get all the HVAC done. So we'd get all those other things done first, and then get as much HVAC done as we could until we ran out of money, and then we would stop. The next school is Elkhorn. So in Elkhorn, well, the way which the priorities shook out was actually to replace the aging portables. Now, to replace all of those aging portables would be 14 million. The amount which Elkhorn would have would not be 14 million. It would be around, thank you, around 7.2 million. So the recommendation at Elkhorn is to take the oldest portables, which are, let's see, they are up on the field, I believe, up on the upper field, replace those with a 3x2 modular. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I'm speaking out of turn here. The ones which we would replace are down near where the new parking would be. When Angel showed you the picture of the parking at the bottom, there were some old portables there. Okay, so the plan here would be to build a 2-story modular 3x2 building on the top of the campus next to portables 26 through 30. That would cost around 6 million. Okay, and then we would hopefully knock down some of those older portables, which are over by the parking, which would mean there would be more space for more parking down on the bottom field. Okay, so that would be the plan over at Elkhorn. Prunedale. Prunedale is the school with the most need and would be allocated just shy of $10 million. The biggest priorities there would be to complete deferred maintenance projects, including roofing, exterior doors, door hardware, and campus-wide paint in the permanent buildings and windows. That would be a total of just shy of 9 million on its own. And we would also be modernizing, expanding restrooms campus-wide. Next one is the middle school. The middle school has been allotted, I believe, let's see, just under 4 million. And the priorities there would be to upgrade and expand the PE areas. So specifically what that means is the roofing in the gym, If anyone's been and visited the gym there in the middle school while it's raining, it's not good because it lets the rain in. Okay, so flooring in the gym, electrical in the gym, and exterior paint and basic repairs, and then going on to installing HVAC systems in the original classrooms. Once again, doing as much HVAC as we can, hopefully knocking it all out, but we may not, dependent on what happens. And then let's see, next is the high school. And high school, we have a lot of deferred maintenance needs here. Repaving, remodeling student restrooms, roofing, doors and hardware, interior and exterior painting. There is a lot of work to do. When we toured around and we actually went and toured in some of the student restrooms, they were a definite need. When community members spoke to students, that need, yeah, you could tell the kids were like, yeah, we want these to be redone. Okay, that's the high school. And then we have Central Bay, an independent study. This is actually in the best condition out of all of our schools and would be getting the least apportioned amount of money because of that, only a few $100,000. And with that, we'd be improving their outdoor spaces. That's pretty much it for the presentation. I do want to touch on a couple of things though, and that is matching funds. Okay. So for example, the middle school is eligible to receive, I believe it's around, is it 12 million? Is it 8 million? 7 million in matching funds. Now, the thing with matching funds is there's no guarantee. There is no guarantee. Okay. Prop 2 money is probably all been captured and spent up by people who were in our position a few years ago. So the plan for getting these eligible matching funds is to do the work which we need to do, let's say this time and maybe a few years in the future as well. And then at some point when the state come out with another prop, to then apply for those matching funds. And let's say that we spend 10 million over at the middle school, we would be eligible at some point to receive 6 million back. However, it's not something we can bank on, but it is something which would, when it turns up, would be a nice gift. That's it for all of those priorities. And now I'm going to ask Rob Anslow, who should be online, to talk us through the actual resolution itself.
Thank you, Matt. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So good evening, members of the board, superintendent, members of staff, members of public. My name is Robert Anslow. I'm a partner with the firm of Atkinson Andelson. I've been doing bond work for about 38 years. And what we've prepared for you is a resolution, which hopefully everybody has, which essentially would act to call a general obligation bond election in the amount of 40 million, as the superintendent referenced, for the November 3rd, 2026 ballot. So that means that every registered voter in the district would receive a ballot authorizing them to vote on the school district's bond measure. Now, what the bond measure would be designated as by the registrar of voters in terms of a measure or proposition, letter, or number, we don't know. That'll be up to the registrar. But what we have here is the first couple of pages are the recitals. These essentially lay out what the district is, what it is attempting to do, and the reasons why it is doing it. And it indicates that the resolution is going to be called, pursuant to what's called Proposition 39. And that was a measure passed by the statewide voters in 2000 to authorize school district general obligation bond measures to be passed with a 55% majority vote rather than 2/3, which had been the case before that. So this essentially, the recitals essentially lay out for anybody who reads it, or in the event that there was some kind of challenge, why the district is doing what it's doing. If you go to page 3, if we can go down a couple of pages, there we go. In section 2, you'll see the $40 million bond amount, the date of the election, and the purpose of the election. A lot of the rest of the resolution is legal requirements. One of the things that the district would request is that the bond election be consolidated so it would appear on the ballot with all the others, local and statewide measures and candidate ballots that would be called for November 3rd, 2026, which is what's sometimes called the midterm election. It is a statewide general election date, and there'll be a number of candidates also on the ballot. There are various requirements under Proposition 39. Those boxes are all checked within the resolution. So I'm going to skip forward along those lines to Exhibit A. And if people have questions about any of the other sections of the resolution, we can certainly come back and talk about those. There we go. So the text of the bond measure has essentially two elements to it. The first is essentially the legal requirements, setting forth, again, you see the $40 million. It talks about how the bonds would be issued. It talks about the requirements under Proposition 39 that are going to be part of the measure. And if we could move to the next page. It includes some of the findings that the board is making as part of adopting this resolution. A little further on that page, you'll see there are what's called repayment projections, and those are consistent with what the superintendent talked about. And those are a requirement under current California Elections Code. And then it talks about the taxpayer protections, which are part of Proposition 39. That will include an independent citizens oversight committee, annual financial and performance audits, and the fact that, as the superintendent indicated, the monies cannot be used for non-capital projects. They cannot go to pay salaries for either teachers or administrators. So then we'll move on to Attachment 1. This is the second element of the measure, and this will all be part of the bond package that the voters see. This is a description of the school facilities projects, and these are consistent with what the superintendent just covered. There's a lot of expansive words, and that's to cover things like unexpected items, soft costs, environmental issues that come up while the projects are under construction. If you go to page 2, you'll see that list of facilities consistent with what the superintendent was talking about. And we've also included, again, things like construction management costs, design costs, hazardous materials remediation, design contingencies, all of those designed to give the district flexibility in the event that something changes or is found during the process of the building. And the last one is Exhibit B. This is what's called the ballot measure statement. This is limited to a certain number of words by California statute. This is the actual yes or no question that the voters will see on their ballot, as opposed to in their ballot pamphlet. So if you think of the ballot with all of the yeses and nos and the candidates, this is what the voters will actually see on the ballot with the yes/no question. This, again, required by the California Elections Code, and we've massaged and looked at that language very carefully. That is the overview, and I'd be happy to take any questions at this point that the board or the superintendent or staff or members of the public might have.
Thank you. We're going to open it up for any questions or clarifying comments. Rick?
Oh, is the $32 per 100,000? Because the graph makes it seem like the $32 starts in 2045. Is that am I incorrect or?
No, the $32 per 100,000, if you wanted to go back to the graph, that is the average that this measure would cost. What you saw in the graph was the layered costs of the district's prior bonds with this measure laid on top. So this measure averages 32 per year, but again, during the period of time when you had the other bonds outstanding, it's going to be higher than that because you're paying debt service on multiple bond series.
So people's tax bills will say like each one, basically.
Generally, almost every county does that. They will show a dollars of tax and the measures. Now, some counties, and I don't know what Monterey County does, they combine the total and say North Monterey County Unified School District General Obligation Bond. So it may have a total number there, but that total is factored based upon all of the outstanding bond series. I'm sorry, I don't know what the actual tax rate application looks like in Monterey County.
No, thank you for that. I don't know if this is a question for you, but when do we anticipate that we will make a decision to go forward?
Sure, absolutely. So this is just a discussion only
Yeah,
item, and then we would bring it back in 2 weeks' time. It would be the 25th of June. So on the 25th of June, it would be for the board vote.
Okay.
And just by the way, Shin is also here, our friend Shin, who will be able to answer some questions for us as well.
Will you have more information? Like I think we went over in the last time we talked about what you guys gauge from our county and other bonds going on in the county and surveys and.
We will actually. We were just dissecting the June primary election, which was earlier this week. And I think there are some lessons. A lot of these lessons are regional. But at this point in time, we don't have final counts on anything in the state officially.
But you will be.
We will share additional information at that time.
In 2 weeks.
If there's questions that you have regarding how things went in other places, we're happy to answer those. I would highlight that we did do some community outreach as well as survey within your community as well. And so there is some feedback I believe you have that's local as well, that might be more salient to the local kind of feelings.
That's in 2 weeks.
I believe the presentation of the survey results was previously.
Yeah, we had that previously. That's correct.
Well, the current like elections and stuff also.
We can certainly put together a summary of kind of what's gone on. If you want to see that. It's also pretty widely available, but most of the official results are not out yet. They're all preliminaries. And so they're still finishing counts, things of that nature.
Sweet. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Rick. Adriana? No. Okay, Martha?
No, I mean, I don't recall what the survey results were. Do you recall quickly overview what the survey results were?
Off the top of my head, I don't have the exact top line number. It was in the packet previously. What I do know is that we were above the margin for Prop 39, which is 55% by a decent number, I believe, for percentage points. There is probably still some work to be done. Time and the reality of when you ask the question and the reality of asking someone a survey versus a vote. We always encourage that you do your outreach, make the case for these projects, make sure that there is communication about what you're going to do with these bond proceeds and what the measure's intent is going forward. And then there is also going to be a campaign committee stood up, as you recall, that would be independent from the board and the district, which will also be out there kind of telling the story.
And if I can add a few things to that, Shin, as well, we were on the bubble. We were close with those survey results. So essentially, the survey results showing that it could go either way, right? It could go either way. But that was before we've done any tours. That was before we've done any community outreach. And then to Rick's, question and point, the preliminary results from the other bonds in the county don't look very good, right? They don't. And I think that there are some headwinds out there which are national. And we'll have to see how that plays out. So things like, for example, the war in Iran, right? That does not help. And so on and so forth. However, to your point, Shin, North County is its own individual district. It's its own individual area, right? And then the question which we ask ourselves, I think, should be, if we push and push, what is it that we think that we can achieve right here?
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Angela?
It's a great presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, now we will open it up for public comment.
Okay, so first I'd like to say, Matt, I appreciate the switch up in the presentation. It's the 8th time I've heard it, and you've gotten a lot of practice in there. The graph is still scary, though I do have to say that it is nice to see our iReady data actually the way it looked, because I was surprised our students actually grasped it a lot faster than most of the adults in the room. It was actually really impressive to watch. So we've covered a lot of the individual needs for each of the school sites. From the community perspective, Prunedale obviously needs the most work. The facilities there are just dangerous. Let's put it honestly. There is a lot of danger there to our staff and students that needs to be remediated and corrected as soon as possible. The septic at Echo Valley at this point, pumping it every 2 weeks. Are we just going to invest in our own truck and get one of our own guys to be able to do it at this point? Because I'm pretty sure that bill is climbing to the point where that might be something we should be looking at. Good to see with the Echo, or the Elkhorn priorities. A thought that was presented to or came up for discussion with me when we were discussing the water issues at Elkhorn and I believe it was Elkhorn and Prunedale, the well pumping, that the county is going to be jumping on that, but it's probably going to be a few years before they get that sorted out. I wonder if it would be something possible for us to say fast track it, get the equipment that they're going to be waiting on, and then look at them either repaying us or, like for like something, so that we can get that sorted before the 3 to 5 year mark, might be possible. Otherwise, yes, we have a lot of headwind here, asking people to raise their taxes. In my case, I'd be looking at, after the drop off, about $89 a year just for my home. I mean, I'm lucky, but that's still $89 that I don't have. That's $89 that I just spent $500 at Costco this weekend. So asking for more is going to be difficult. And you have a lot of people in this community that are willing to get out there and knock on doors and call and translate and work on your guys' interest to ask people to accept that, yeah, it's going to cost a little bit more at the end of your tax bill. And for the next 20 odd years, it's going to cost a little bit more. But our schools need it because we're not going to get money from the state. So please lean on us. We're here. And thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Is there a public comment on Zoom? No? Okay, I'm closing public comment and then we will go around to the board for any final comments. Angelo?
No, I'll just let the board know, I did have a lot of comments and questions to the board. I sent to Dr. Turkey and he nailed every single thing. Really, my big issue was the stewardship increase into our deferred maintenance plan. That leads to a lot of good trust building. Because the last thing I want to see is just we fix up our stuff and 5-6 years down the road, we got to do it all over again. So those are really my biggest concerns for the bond, is just the upkeep and what's our plan for maintenance.
Thank you, Angelo. Martha?
No, I just want to say, thanks, Matt, for the campaign trail that you've been doing around the schools. I think that's so important. And yes, Eric, you've been at every single one. I've been to 2 out of all of them, but it was very productive. I felt, especially the one I went to at Echo Valley, there was a lot of parents there. It was a lot of people there. And it was good to hear the dialogue and what you presented and have them be involved and collaborative. But I know you're going to continue with the campaign, like we said, in the community and other organizations, and really work with, everyone. So you're on the right track. So I appreciate that. And I also liked the creativity when I heard about the 2-story building at Prunedale. I really liked hearing that.
Elkhorn.
Elkhorn. To replace those modular units that are, that are so old. So I hope you guys continue to look at that aspect for the other schools. Why not get new ones and replace them with 2-story, have more space that we have to work with. And it's just something we should look at too. So I really appreciate seeing that creativity there.
Thank you, Martha. Adriana, any final comments?
No, thank you for the information. And like I've said before, there has to be a lot of trust building and we're trying to do that. But again, I always emphasize that our students should not pay consequences of adults and we should always think about what's best for our students, and saying no to fixing all this stuff is saying no to our students, and to our staff and to those who had no fault of what happened before. And I'm hoping that we can make it better for the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Rick, any final comments?
Yeah, thank you for the information. And yeah, everything has been, like Martha was saying, everything's been going out the right way, and handled the right way, and transparent, and if we do go forward with it, do the same thing after, like those signs that say your tax dollars at work and all that cool stuff. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. I think my colleague said it all. Very good presentation, very good opportunity for our community to comment. And I, for one, believe our students deserve good quality facilities to come to and learn. So I'm very hopeful. And with that, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is first reading of the 2026 annual update to the local control and accountability plan. And I'm sorry. Thank you, Rob. Was it Rob who we heard from?
That's correct, Rob.
Okay,
And
thank you so much.
just to clarify, yeah, any voting on this would happen in 2 weeks' time on the 25th. This is just the draft resolution for discussion to kind of sunshine it so that everybody sees it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, good evening. Andrew.
Good evening, President Ruiz, board, Dr. Turkey, community. I am here to do the annual review of the LCAP and also a public hearing for the 26-27 LCAP. And we are going to roll thick and lean into the artichoke theme here of growth and cultivation. You've already heard a lot of really great things that are happening in our district, and we also know things that we need to do better. But we're going to again lean into this theme. And a part of making sure that we get to bloom an artichoke flower and artichoke plant is that we need to make sure that we are tending to it. We make sure that we have strong soil, that we're regularly cultivating it, right? And we are going to do, and we do that through the LCAP plan, a multi-year, 3-year plan. So when we look at, again, rolling thick with the artichoke theme, at the very heart of the artichoke, the tender heart is our students and our mission for why we're here. And again, the way we do this work in the school district is through the LCAP. So there's a couple of ed codes that really root this work that we have. The first is ed code 52060, which mandates that we have in LCAP, that we make sure that it's a 3-year continuous improvement plan, and that we are focusing on our unduplicated youth, in particular, focusing on our English learners, foster youth, as you can see here in our students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, right? The other mandate that roots the work that we have is Ed Code 52061, and I would call this the annual tending to the work of the 3 years. And this is what we have tonight and presenting the analysis. Now, in the document that's attached, it's over 145 pages. So this is really intended to be an overview and to have some highlights of the deep analysis that a lot of our community has done and feedback that they have given. So as I mentioned before, it's a 3-year plan. We're in the 2nd year. Last year was year 1 in the 24-25 school year. And if you recall, I was standing here in front of you in the winter when we did the mid-year, the other requirement that we have to do the mid-year. And there was a lot of things a lot of data that we looked at that let us know we were moving in the right direction. So as you can see here, a lot of the indicators on the dashboard, 6 to 14 moving to the green, decreasing from 10 to 5. There was a lot of really great things that were happening. So areas of growth on the top right-hand corner over there, you can see specifically that suspension rates, even from the 25 dashboard, was decreasing. This year, we're continuing to decrease suspension rates yet again. You can see that our English learners and all students were increasing in college career readiness. And specifically, a highlight here is our students with disabilities. And to Trustee Melgoza Ramirez's point, we do have to look at our student groups, not just all students. And you can see 10.3% of our students with disabilities in 2025 grew on the CCR. And the graduation rates there from the baseline, which would have been the year before 24-25, 16% growth for our English learners for the graduation rate. So that, again, is all really tremendous work. That's credit to our staff. Yet again, we still had challenges with math and ELA across almost all student groups, and that was still evident in that dashboard that we had. So where we are here, we're here now today in the purple. So you're having the first read, you're having the public hearing. We will be back on the 25th for your approval of the 26-27 LCAP. And then starting July 1st, we start the third and the final year. And then we're going to start the real journey to then create the next 3-year plan after that, which will be exciting work here in the school district. A big part of the LCAP is that you engage with the community. So in a few moments, I'm going to talk about how we use the feedback from our community to inform the work that we have for the 26-27 LCAP. But I want to recognize the work of our staff that really got community voice in here. As you can see in the middle, we had an over 411% increase with the number of community members that did the survey. That is not just a 10% increase, a 20% increase, 411%. And a lot of that, again, is credit to our staff. The numbers that you see in front of you is that overall there was 2,401 total responses. And again, that's a 400 plus increase. 283 of our families did the survey, mix of English and Spanish. 269 staff members did this. 1,849 students have also completed the survey. The number 10 there are the number of meetings that we had throughout the year to get input from our community, from the LCAP Advisory Committee meeting to meeting with our DLAC, to meeting with CSEA, meeting with AFT. All of this rich information has really affirmed to continue doing some of the things that we've been doing or to make some adjustments on what the priorities are for the third and final year coming up for the LCAP. And here you can see, I'm not going to read all the quotes for you. I know you've had the presentation there, but some of the, so when we looked at the core patterns that came out from the students' perspective, they wanted to be safe. They wanted to be seen on campus and feel like they belong. For our families, a lot of it was authentic engagement. Everyone coming together to support our multilingual learners was a big theme that came from those 200 plus surveys that we had from our families. And over here, you can see a couple of other themes that also came up from all of that survey and all of those meetings. They wanted foundational support when it came to our English learners. In the middle, that career piece and college piece for our mission, there was a big focus on that as well, that they want things that are more hands-on, real world learning, as you can see here, increase in dual enrollment courses. And staff were really clear that they wanted professional development on things that they needed support in. As you can see here, English learners came up as another really big theme in the feedback that came from our community. So here's an example of how, again, using this cultivation artichoke theme, right? When we have some of the seeds, if you will, of the ideas that come from our community, this is the way we process the information, right? So if you see here for the first one for academics, that parents might say, no saben inglés, quisiera tener más apoyo, things like that, of that nature, and staff is requesting ELD-PD, then we know that there is a need to have that professional development. Otherwise, we're not going to go anywhere. So some of the things that we're doing different for next year based on that feedback is that we know that we needed to get new ELA and math curriculum to support all of our students. And as you recall, when Ms. McCulloch talked about the textbook adoption, we didn't just adopt random ELA and math curriculum. We chose, we used a rubric that really responded to the needs of our kids. So we have over 46% multilingual learners in our school district. So the curricula that we chose was specific to support language, and it was language rich. So that's an example of that. We last year and this year have been expanding or increasing or strengthening designated ELD. And we're going to continue to do that next year because the community is telling us that we really need to do a better job with supporting multilingual learners. So how does that look like? This year at the elementary level, designated ELD was leveled. That means that, like, if you're in third grade at Echo Valley and we have 3 classes, we're not, when it's time to do ELD time, we're going to level them up. So you may have the beginning students with Teacher DeMarco, and maybe the English learners in the middle with Teacher Marta, et cetera, so that we could be more strategic with how we're supporting our students. And that's something that was inconsistent from the year before that has already shown us some preliminary data that's looking really good, as Ms. McCullough has shared. If you look at climate, right? So if our students and their families are saying that they want to be more involved, they don't want to feel like outsiders, right? They want to feel like they belong. Well, we know that social emotional work and behavioral support is what's going to be there. This year, there was a presentation earlier from Dr. Turner, where a lot of our schools were awarded platinum status, gold status, or PBIS. And that is really wonderful growth. That is not all of our sites yet. So we know that, again, the work continues. If our students need to feel good about mental health and feel like they belong, we know that we have gaps in the secondary social emotional learning curriculum, and that's a priority that we have for next year. So this is all examples of, if we get the data coming from the feedback from the seed, we look at the root to see where it's happening or not happening, and we take action to get some results for the next year. You can see there for the 26-27 school year. It's not so much priorities, but again, I wanted to really kind of talk about highlights. So based on the 1,800 plus, 2,400 plus surveys that we got results back, right? Some things became really clear that we need to do a better job with math and ELA, even though we have back-to-back years of success on the CASP, and Ms. McCullough already talked about the growth in reading and math. It's still low. It's still not where it needs to be. So we're going to, again, lean very rich into ELA and math instruction. We know that we need to continue to engage with our families and our students earlier when it comes to preparing for college and increasing dual enrollment. And we heard loud and clear that we can do better with our Mixteco families. And so this is, you can see an effort that we've partnered with other folks to bring more of that support in there. Earlier, we saw a Mixteco student group, right, that was involved with being empowered to also expand those opportunities. So you're seeing some of those results already from that collaboration. When it comes to student achievements, some things to look out for a third and final year with the LCAP. It's going to be that new ELA and math curriculum, as you can see here. We're going to have more professional development on designated ELD and expand those courses. So we have more courses at the secondary level and at the high school level for our English learners that we didn't have before, and that is wonderful. We're going to be stepping up the professional development in biliteracy and foundational literacy, as Ms. McCullough has shared a couple meetings before. And we know that continuous improvement is the way to go. And there's still places to strengthen Tier 1 and CARE networks. So that's for student achieving our summary for next year. When it comes to college and career readiness, again, we heard loud and clear that that was a priority, and our numbers are still not where they need to be in terms of kids who are A through G, kids that are finishing CTE courses. So we're finally going to get CCGI off the ground for next year because, again, thanks to Dr. Gann, a lot of the technical stuff was done this year, so we can actually start utilizing that platform. Mr. Pat Bowman has already expanded CTE opportunities at Central Bay and IS that were not there before. So kids, not just the comprehensive school, are getting opportunities for CTE. We're going to continue with our partnership with Gear Up at the middle school to open up kids for college awareness. And as you can see over here, we are increasing dual enrollment and continuing that work as well. When it comes to student and family engagement, I mentioned the SEL curriculum. This year we began short-term independent study, and we started Saturday Academy with attendance recovery. It was our first year. There was a lot of growing pains when it came to it, and we've learned a lot. So we're looking to expand and to go more deeply into that. And again, continue dedicated support for our Mixteco speaking families is another piece. Student agency is interesting. Dr. Turkey began the student council this year, and they were really clear. They have a lot of opinions about how we should do things differently, and we need to continue to do that. One of the ways that, like Prunedale, for example, did that at the school there is that students said that there was a need to have more activities during lunch, for example, during recess. And that's an example of with student-driven ideas. They had playground painting there or murals at Echo Valley. So we're listening to students more and more, and that's what they're telling us in the surveys that they want us adults to do. The LCAP not only talks about priorities and actions, but it also talks about the money that's used to cultivate that growth. You can think of it as the water, right? The money is that watering of the plant to move forward. So here is a summary from this year in the purple to what we have planned for next year. And you can see that there's increases across those goals that we have in the LCAP. A lot of the differences are in the increase of salary and benefits when we had the raises for staff. So that's a big that is a big part of the differences that you see there. And my colleague Brenda is going to go more into details in the budget very soon. So I won't spend too much time there. So in terms of, again, next steps, today is the first reading, public hearing. We want to hear from the community on our draft LCAP that we have. And we're going to be taking the feedback from them, making final revisions to come back on June 25th for your approval of the LCAP. And with that, I want to thank you all. Many of you said we've had a really great year. I would concur with that. And I would say it's really because of the dedicated staff, the families and the students that we have. We're on the right way and we're clear on the things that need to be watered more or better cultivated, I would say. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Antonio. What a beautiful, informative presentation. So thank you for preparing that. We will start with questions or clarifications. I'll start with you, Angelo.
Yeah, so we're not approving anything tonight, right?
No. It's,
Okay, so
yeah, it's just the
that's
first,
where
it's
we
just
got
the first
okay.
reading.
First reading, okay. Well, no, thank you for adding a little bit extra.
Yeah.
You'll kind of connect those little dots in my head, so I really do appreciate that.
Well, I want to say, Mr. DeMarco, your questions were thoughtful and helpful for this presentation. It wouldn't have sounded the same way without it. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that because to let the board know, I kind of give a heads up. I wish the LCAP, and this has nothing to do with you guys. I wish the LCAP would have been after the budget meeting. Because to show the correlation between how the LCAP is dependent on the budget. And the things really what I wanted clarification, what you did give was action items and how they're dependent on the budget. And like with one-time funds, ongoing costs. And if our budget goes off, see, it's kind of hard to ask now because it's before the budget. So I don't think a lot of trustees are going to understand what I'm asking, but I basically want to know, like, what happens if our projections are off? How does that affect what actions in our LCAP are going to be the most affected? But it's kind of vague kind of question.
And I think Ms. Ramirez might answer some of those,
Yeah.
Trustee DeMarco, but what I would say is that right now with the projected budget that she's going to talk in more detail about, we feel good with what we know about what we're going to receive from the state for next year. I think some of the questions that are right on that you're asking is where might we be 8 months from now or 12 months from now as we develop the next 3-year plan? Well, the economic situation be different and that will affect some of the funding and some of the actions, if I may add to that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Angelo.
No, just great job. I love your creativity on your PowerPoint format with the artichoke design and all that. And just the way you designed it, the way it flowed, it all made sense. And I really, really love seeing, just some of the highlights that you shared, 411% increase engagement. That's huge. That's not just 50%, 100%, 400.
It's a lot of ways.
That just like, whoa, screamed at me.
Yeah.
So along with a lot of other great things and obviously areas that we always want to continue to improve, which is normal. But at least, we're meeting some of those marks. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Bertha. Adriana.
And no, thank you. I actually visited one of the school district or the schools at our district, and I got to hear a story about an English learner, newcomer, who was with almost 2 years without being identified in support of where to place the student and what intervention to give this student. And that led to behavior issues. And that story came from the student. And so then I asked the staff, what process and procedures do we have in place to identify where newcomers and English learners should be? Especially the migrant students who are migrating and sometimes are without a school for some time. And the staff told me that there's not an identified process and procedure to test and identify where and what support systems should exist. Is that something that's being worked on? Because in your presentation, there's a lot of comments about students feeling that sentiment of needing more support and needing more belonging, including the parents, and also even more professional development for staff on how to work with students like this student.
Yeah.
That gave me his story, and it was really sad to hear how this student felt for almost 2 years out of place in our school and how they thought they didn't belong in school, didn't belong for them.
Yeah, I would just say that's unacceptable. So yeah, from home language survey to we should have recognized as a kid was struggling, even through informal methods, right? But I appreciate you telling me that story, and I would love to follow up with you on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Rick?
Yeah, just thank you for the presentation. It was very informative, awesome. I would say, since 4 years ago, LCAP more subject, but I understood most of it or all of it. So thank you very much for the hard work.
Thank you, Rick. Now I'm going to open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment?
So I do have to concur that the communication team is knocking it out of the park. That 411% growth, including 1,800 students that are 1,800 plus students that gave you direct feedback. You couldn't get it more honest. That's absolutely amazing. And from my perspective on out here in the cheap seats, the communications team has been really, really doing you guys great service in getting information out to parents and community members to keep us informed. And it is a great change considering where we've been historically. On that note, since my son has just graduated and moved over into the college world, one of the things that I heard directly from him is a caution on putting all the eggs in the one basket with CCGI. One of the themes that I've heard continuously from your students, including mine, is that the people who are making the most impacts for your seniors and juniors on this campus here is college and career. They're working hand in hand, and there is no doing away with college and career center staffing creates an issue where now your students are trying to get their answers or trying to get their questions answered from a text box on a text input on a website. There's nothing can compare to having a real person standing there and saying, no, this is the information that it's requesting, especially to our English learners, especially to our students who are not technically inclined. Adriana, the student that spent 2 years feeling out of place, that's a historical problem in our district. Back 2002, we had a couple of migrant kids come into Moss Landing that sat in the migrant education program, the dual immersion that was pretty much all Spanish at that time, looking completely out of place because they didn't even speak Spanish. They weren't Mixteco. They were placed in that classroom because of the color of their skin. We had to get an instructor from DLI to bring in some language support in Urdu to capture those students. So any strides that we can make towards increasing the identification process and support for English learners, remember that it's not just one subset of people that we need to capture here. So thank you. And I appreciate, and I'm actually kind of sad I didn't participate in LCAP this year. It sounded like it was a lot of fun. So looking forward to it in the future.
And congratulations to your son. Is there a public comment on Zoom? No? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and then I'm going to open it up to the board for any final comments. Does anybody have any final comments they'd like to make? Nope. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Antonio.
Thank you, board.
Really
Appreciate
appreciate it.
Thank you, Anthony.
Next, we are going to be moving on to public hearing of the 2025-2026 preliminary adopted budget of the district. Welcome our budget team.
Just a quick clarification. There is a typo here. It is actually the 26-27 budget. No, you read it. I mean,
read it
exactly as it's stated. Just wanted to state for the record, it's the 26-27 budget.
Okay, thank you.
was
26,
my
27. Yes.
I was like, wait, are we going
Wait,
back?
we're going back again. I wish. I wish. Let me reverse. Yeah. That's great. Good evening.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, and community. Today, we will be presenting the preliminary adopted budget for fiscal year 2026-27. As we look at the agenda today, we will be going over projections and assumptions, general funds, other funds, multi-year, and potential budget updates. We'll start with what is the preliminary adopted budget? It's essentially the district's initial budget for the upcoming fiscal year. California school districts must adopt a budget by July 1st, which is the starting point that best estimates our revenue and expenditures. We are currently in the transition period between fiscal years, and at this moment, we are operating between the proposed budget and the unaudited actuals for the prior fiscal year. As we know, the unaudited actuals ultimately become the beginning balances for the 26-27 budget. This timing is particularly significant because during the development of the proposed budget, and especially in our situation, where we are relying on reserves to meet our financial obligations, we must carefully estimate where we expect to land with the unaudited actuals. These estimates directly impact the assumptions and projections used in the proposed budget. Therefore, it is critical to be as mindful as possible when forecasting our year-end results. So now we're going to dive a little into the various figures that were utilized in order to build our adopted budget. Our largest revenue factor is our LCFF, where the revenue COLA plays a large role in projecting out our revenue. We use the school district projections from the May revision dartboard in order to increase the revenue. We wanted to show the current year so you can see that overall there's an upward trend in the statutory COLA, but you can see it's just a small trend. Starting with 26-27, we start with 2.8%, in 27-28, 3.3%, and 28-29, 3.09%. Looking at our planning assumptions, the following table helps break down the assumptions even further, specifically by grade span. One thing that is important to note here is that the state has invested a 1.44 additional COLA this year to make what they are calling the super COLA, which totals 4.31% in the COLA overall. And even though they are calling this a super COLA, it's still not enough to cover all of our expenses. Although the revenue may raise, so do the costs, and the costs usually outweigh the revenue increase. Still, the calculation used to measure the revenue ends up being the final 26-27 adjusted base grant. Looking at the second to last row there, you'll see TK and 7 through 8th get about 11,000 per ADA. 4 through 6, 10,860, and 9 through 12, 13,296. I do want to note the ADA calculation does indeed get adjusted through the year once we get our ADA data to make sure we are accurately projecting. Looking at the additional planning factors, you can see from this slide the actual ADA used in the budget is based on our most recent ADA report, which shows ADA at 3,930. If that number changes, we recalculate LCFF to ensure our revenue projections remain accurate. We also projected ADA conservatively by continuing the downward trend we have experienced in recent years. While this is only a projection and actual enrollment may vary, it reflects the most reasonable assumption based on current trends. You will notice that funded ADA differs slightly from actual ADA because funded ADA is calculated using a 3-year average. The remaining assumptions were taken from the May revision dartboard and were also used in our multi-year projections. For example, the CPI helps account for inflation. The STRS and lottery assumptions remain relatively stable, and the PERS rates you'll see fluctuate more from year to year. Any changes to these assumptions, as well as changes resulting from unaudited actuals, will impact our multi-year projections. This is why we complete interim reports and budget revisions throughout the year to keep our projections as accurate as possible. Of all these factors, ADA has the greatest impact because it directly affects LCFF revenue, which in turn has the largest effect on overall financial position. And then I'll hand it over to Brenda.
Okay. Before reviewing the number on this slide, I want to explain why this slide is important. Ideally, a budget should be balanced using projected revenue from the fiscal year being built. However, because we are currently operating in a deficit, we are relying on one-time funds to meet our obligations. While this is not a sustainable practice, it does reflect our current reality. To balance the budget, I needed to estimate whether we had sufficient reserves that would be available in order to cover our obligations. This slide shows the projected ending position for our 25-26 fiscal year. You can see on the unrestricted side that I essentially took the beginning balance. I then added the revenue, backed out expenditures and encumbrances, and I put in a small margin for additional obligations, and that leaves us with an ending balance of about 10 million. And then when you look at the restricted side, I did about the same thing. Now, these are just projections. One thing to note here is that, as we know, we contribute from the unrestricted side of the house to the restricted side of the house. So for instance, if we have a reduction in our contributions to SPED or routine restricted maintenance, that would actually mean that it would move back from the restricted side back into the unrestricted side, which would then increase the ending balance in the unrestricted side, I'm sorry. That's a very confusing sentence. It is important to note that, of course, this is merely a projection, right? This is a model that we cannot continue to do long-term. One-time dollars are meant to be used for one-time uses. We do need to eventually move away from this. However, because we are in a deficit, we have to ensure that we have a 3% reserve and that we meet the obligations. So when I was doing the budgeting, the amount that I entered for our beginning balance was just enough to make sure that we met that. If we might actually have more than that, but I was only trying to make sure that I was being very conservative to only rely on what we absolutely needed. There we go. Now let's move into the revenue side. For general funds, this includes both unrestricted and restricted. On the unrestricted side, our largest revenue source is LCFF, which includes base funding. This includes supplemental, concentration, our OC, it includes home to school transportation, property taxes, EPA. It also includes some local leases, but those are pretty small, a little bit of local funding. You will also notice that the contribution that flows from the unrestricted side to the restricted side is approximately 12 million, as shown here. So the contribution specifically goes to cover special education, and it also goes to cover routine restricted maintenance. Our routine restricted maintenance is required to be that 3%. Now, there was a change that happened this year, and I'll talk a little bit about that. For context, if we look back in 24-25, our actual contribution was 11.5, okay? Then if we look at 25-26, right now, if it actually hits what it's supposed to be in our budget, we'd be closer to 13 million. I think it's actually going to be a little bit under that, but we'll see where we land. So does that mean that our expenses went down? Well, no, not quite. I wish. But what it means is the reason our contribution decreased in 26-27 is because the state is giving us more funding for special education. That is a good thing. We are very grateful for that. All school districts are very grateful for that. So that doesn't mean that costs went down. It just means that funding went up. And it also means that it is decreasing the encroachment on the general fund. In the restricted side of the house, our revenue is accounted for a couple of different programs. That includes Prop 28, some Title I funding, learning recovery, literacy, as well as the student support grant. This slide just merges all the revenue together. So as you can see, when you merge together, the contribution disappears because it just zeroes out. But as you can see, the biggest factor here is, as we all know, and it's no surprise to us, it's LCF. I'm going to spend a little extra time on this one because this is important. So I want to start with expenditures on the restricted side of the house this time around. So while expenditures do exceed revenue, I'm not as concerned here because there is more room to adjust spending in the 4,000s and 5,000s in the restricted side of the house. We can actually do some more reductions in the 4s and 5s if we absolutely needed to. The expenditures budgeted here are tied to funding sources that we can confidently know that we are going to carry forward from the previous fiscal year, and we know they're not fully utilized. These include, I already mentioned them a second ago, but literacy coaches, we hardly used it. We used a very tiny percentage of it because we got it so late in the year that we really didn't even get a chance to use it. It also includes some of the Prop 28 funding, the LCFF equity multiplier funding, and the student support funding as well. We know these funds are available, and in some cases we expect additional funds. You'll hear that in the very last slide. So for instance, the literacy coach, we already know there's going to be more coming there. However, I intentionally budgeted only the necessary amount in order to actually reflect program need and to remain conservative with any beginning balances that are being carried forward. I always try to be careful with anything that I'm carrying forward because unaudited actuals, of course, are not yet complete. Now let's move to the unrestricted side. As you can see, expenditures exceed projected revenue by $5 million. Take a moment for that. That's a big number. I know. First and foremost, when we were doing the budget for this fiscal year, we started with all base salaries and all positions that need to be included in the budget. Once those fixed costs were accounted for, there's very little flexibility remaining. However, I still need to give sites and departments a discretionary funding amount in order to operate. They need to run their programs. In order to determine an appropriate discretionary amount, I didn't want it to just come out of nowhere. I wanted it to be grounded in something. And so what I did is I went through and I actually went through starting from fiscal year 22-23 all the way through the budget year, our current budget year. So it's 5 years. I went through and I analyzed the spending across sites and across all departments. So for 1 second. For school sites, the discretionary spending historically ranged from about 1.1 million to about 2 million annually. For 26-27, I reduced it to 1.6. It was not easy to do. I didn't want to do it. However, I know that we're in a deficit and I'm trying my very best to cut costs as much as possible. Then I took that number and I divided it evenly across 88 per site. For departments, I did a very similar analysis. I went in, I looked at the 5-year analysis. Now, departments don't have ADA, and that would not be an appropriate way to allocate. So instead, I allocated funding based on each department's historical spending and relative share of the overall department expenditures. The total discretionary allocation for departments was set to about 6 million. I do want to note that this is actually lower than what was actually spent in 23-24 and 22-23. So we really are cutting. We're making some decisions to be lean in this area because of our situation. The key takeaway is that included in this plan are some much leaner numbers in your 4s, 5s, and 6s. This highlights the fact that we do have a true structural deficit. Lastly, one thing to note is that in SACS, the 7,000 series, so you'll see right on this slide, it says -466, 787. But if you look at SACS, it is not that number. So let's talk about that. Why isn't that number? It's the contributions. The contributions always get you. So the contributions are in different forms. So for instance, the contribution in form, so for Fund 40 is in Form 40. The contribution for Fund 14 is in Fund 14. So you got to really dig. It is not friendly. I'm just going to say that outright. It's not my favorite, but we have to use it. But if you take those numbers, it does actually match. I just consolidated it in this field.
Thank you for clarifying.
It's confusing.
It's killing me at home.
Oh, I'll clarify another portion when I get there. Yes, it's confusing. I agree. Now, looking at this chart, we can easily see that our largest expenses is salaries. Now, if we just look at it in terms of our expenses, okay, not in terms of revenue, that would account for 88% of our total expenses. However, we know that we are using expenses that are revenue that is one time. And so if we actually look at it against revenue, that would make up 95% of total revenue. It's a little high. And so, could I have said, okay, I'm going to budget only the remaining 5% in this budget year so that our budget is pretty? I could have. People would have been really angry at me, but I could have done that. However, if I did that, it would not have been a true representation of our actual needs, and it wouldn't allow us to give us a real number that we need in order to plan for this year and see what are the cuts that we really need to make. So I planned with that in mind. I've been talking about this throughout the presentation, but let's just say it. We have a structural deficit. The gap between ongoing revenue and ongoing expenditures in unrestricted is about 5 million. To balance the budget, I entered a beginning balance contribution of about 8 million. Of that amount, roughly 3 million represents our required reserve, which means we're relying on prior year to close the gap. Let's also talk about SACS, because SACS does a thing in, so if you look at what I have here, the beginning balance that I entered, this is the actual amount that I entered into our financial system, okay? It's that 8,073,344. But if you look at SACS, that number is different. It's closer to 8.9 million. And so then what happens is that the reserve in SACS shows a higher number. It looks like we're doing a little bit better. Why? The reason why is because in SACS, what it downloads is it downloads the ending budget's balance from 25-26. Now, is that number accurate? No, we haven't even closed the books yet. But that is the number that it pulls in order to say that's what the projected beginning balance will be. And that is what the what the reserve will be. However, the number that I actually physically entered into the adopted budget are the numbers that you see right here. Just thought I'd clear that up as well. Now, the restricted side is somewhat different. While expenditures currently exceed revenues, there's a little bit more flexibility here, particularly in the 4s and 5s, as I've mentioned before, which means that we could make some reductions in that area. What this slide shows is that we're looking closer to 4.9 million in terms of our deficit. Now, if we want to add other priorities, which I would like to add other priorities, for instance, deferred maintenance, then that number increases. I'll talk a little bit about that once I get to that slide. But the point here is, well, I could talk a little bit about it here. For instance, let's say that we wanted to increase the contribution to deferred maintenance, which we really do. Right now, we're contributing $500,000, and our facility needs assessment says that we should be contributing 2.7 million. Can we put 2.7 million today there? Not right now. Now, that's why I didn't budget it, because I already know that we're in a deficit and I know that we can't, and I'm trying to be conservative. However, the point should be that we contribute 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million, so on and so forth. We ease into it to a point where we're actually contributing the amount that is required in order to meet those needs. But what does that mean? It means a trade-off. If we increase by even $500,000, then that increases your deficit now 5.4. If we say, we know the departments don't have enough because Brenda only gave them 6 million, and you say, let's increase it by just 1 million. Guess what? Now we're at 6 million in our deficit. Everything has a trade-off. Every dollar allocated to one priority must come from somewhere else until we eliminate the structural deficit. Now, I'm confident we can do this, but it will require really difficult decisions. This will not be something that will be enjoyable or popular, but it is something that we have to do. Well, I kind of digged into Fund 14 there already, but that's what I wanted to mention, is that I do think we need to contribute further there. I'll talk a little bit about the other funds. Fund 17, for instance, is another small reserve fund that we have. It's a small amount. We're talking 155 is our beginning balance, but I roll it over each year. So sometimes it throws off that 3% just slightly by this difference. Let's see, 11 adult education. Sorry, I didn't put the descriptions on there. 11, 12, and 13, which is adult education, child development, and nutrition services are basically self-sustaining. Cafeteria does have a small beginning balance, but in comparison to what I know they're going to carry over, this is pennies for them. They're going to be just fine. And then 25 is our developer fees. 40, we only put a very small amount to cover the projects that they're finishing up. 56 is that COP, and 67 is that OPEB amount. Those will probably change when we do a revised budget, but right now that's where we're sitting. Okay, let's talk about the multi-year. In our multi-year, first let's discuss what's in here and what's not in here. It is important to remember that the multi-year projection is exactly that. It's a projection. It's based on a snapshot in time. If any of the assumptions used to build it change, then the projection changes. The assumptions used are the same ones we shared earlier from the May revised dartboard. These include declining ADA, projected COLAs, the benefit assumptions, CPI. Now, the other thing that we did include on here is we included that 1% step and column because we know that that just is going to happen year over year. What isn't included is future salary or benefit increases resulting from negotiations because those factors are simply unknown. And we know that plays a big part in these numbers. You will notice the red figures showing that reduction of that 4.9 million in unrestricted and 1.2 million in restricted. Let's start with restricted. For the restricted side, I put all of it in 4s and 5s, meaning materials, supplies, and contracted services, because we could. There's a little bit more cushion there because that money is restricted and is meant for specific purposes that would require contracts or materials and supplies. However, for the unrestricted side of the house, as you have heard me talk about earlier, there really isn't much room left in the 4s, 5s, 6s, or 7s. The only place for me to put it is in positions. And so what I ended up doing is I utilized that amount and I evenly distributed it across the classified and certificated lines, as well as benefits, of course. I do want to note that these reductions that were entered, they're not approved. They are not decisions that have been made by the board, of course, and they're not even decisions that we have made collectively as a school district. But we have to enter these projections because this is part of what we do. We have to project this out. They're simply planning assumptions. Now, what that also means is if we are making reductions in classified and certificated positions, it would of course also directly impact decreases in certificated management and management alike, because we have to meet a ratio. And so if you decrease in one area, you also have to decrease in the other area so that we don't have too much management. Of course, these projections can change. And if we receive any additional one-time funding, which you'll hear about in the next slide, or if our carryover is actually higher than we project, and like I said, I was trying to be very conservative, then this number changes. Additionally, if our short-term independent study program or our Saturday academies or our ADA mitigation increases our ADA, then that would also increase our LCFF funding. But ultimately, this is currently where we are with our deficit. Now, here's some potential. I'll end with some good news. That was a lot of difficult news to hear. There are some changing factors that will change what our projections look like. So there's a discretionary block grant that the state has been talking about, and this is looking like $946 per ADA. So if our ADA, I don't know if it's going to be funded ADA or actual ADA. Either way, it's about 3.7 million, either 3.7 in the high or 3.7 in the low, but it's about 3.7 million. And It will require reporting. It may have restrictions. It may not. What they're saying right now is it's going to be completely discretionary. Use it for however you want. So if that's the case, I'm going to use it to cover our deficit. However, I don't know exactly how it's going to come in. So you may ask, well, 3.7 million, why didn't you put this in the budget? Because it hasn't been official and because I don't know exactly how it's going to come in. Last year, they also said the same thing and then they put it in a very specific bucket with all these reporting requirements. So we will see once it comes in. There's also going to be some literacy funding that is going to be coming in again this year. We have quite a bit of the carryover from last year, and then we'll have new money. So this is a good thing that we can actually use. This would be now, you know, we're in a interesting situation because through the literacy funding, we could actually have new positions, but in our unrestricted, we'd have to drop positions. It's a bit of an oxymoron, but that's where we are. Now, the other change is that the community schools funding is now being proposed as funding that will be ongoing. And so this will be after 26-27. That's a good thing. And then they're going to extend the deadline for the KIP funding. So that's great because we're able to utilize that funding as well. I think that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Brenda. Very thorough with that presentation. I'm going to start with Rick for any questions or clarifications or comments you'd like to make.
No, thank you.
Okay. Adriana?
You mentioned something about the continuing to keep the budget for funds, or we're going to continue to get funds for adult education. And
Yes, we are still.
are you projecting that that's not going to be cut by federal?
Not right now. I haven't heard anything yet. I have heard that it's going to be reduced, but not cut completely.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything,
Making
not
sure.
lately.
And also the migrant program.
The migrant program, from what I hear, is not being cut, but either way, right now it's through the county. So we don't get that money directly.
Okay. But if it's cut at the county, then we're going to have to make a decision if we fund it and continue those services, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Right now, I haven't heard of any cut stuff.
Thank you, Adriana. Martha?
No, thank you for all this information. Clarifying question on the deficit spending is 5 million, right?
About 5
But
million.
don't we look better than what we had earlier in the year? Weren't we like at 9 million?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So we do look better.
we do.
That
We
means,
do,
you know,
because
there's,
we made cuts.
right? But
Yeah.
I mean, those are the projections that were planned to try to help. Because
Yeah.
9 million was scary. So
Yeah.
5 million, we already went through this hump.
And we'll get better.
Exactly. And then the other piece I heard about, and I think we've talked about it as a board in the beginning of the school year, and it was brought up with all of our projects, that the deferred maintenance 500K is not enough. So when can we start looking at, because I heard there's room to, I don't know if we can do 1 million, but even if we do 800,000, you know, and see if you could do something sooner. And then in those increments that you talked about, so we can meet those goals that were just presented earlier. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because we've always talked about that particular area to see how we can increase it.
I would say once we do unaudited actuals, if we have a
Okay.
balance, that would be a good time to decide how to utilize that.
What time frame is that?
Unaudited actual, September 15th.
September? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Angela?
So I had a lot of free time this weekend. And I went through the budget. I'm on a different type of mindset. I prefer hearing the doom and gloom. Because if I hear, the more scarier it is, the more well prepared I am. So my understanding, structural deficit. One of the reasons we're in the boat we have a repeated deficit spending, high unrestricted contributions, a reliance on accumulated fund balance while our reserves are being depleted. Is that accurate?
Yep. you
Okay.
Pretty much got it.
Yeah, it's not a dig on anybody, but also I share this with you. You're like my third CBO. Whenever I ask these questions, everybody gets nervous, but I'd rather hear the scary. Because at least let me know where I'm actually at. Because when I told Dr. Turkey, I broke out my TI 84 plus on this one. Our reserve, so if I got this right, to figure out what our 3% is, you take the total expenditure / uses, multiply it by 0.03. And that's what we need to have as our 3%.
Basically, there's a couple things that you're allowed to back out, but that's basically the gist of it.
So I did that and it was exactly the same number that was on the slide.
Correct.
So that's how far down we are now.
So the amount that, sorry, I can.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
The amount that I budgeted, as I mentioned, was just enough so that we were meeting that. That doesn't mean that that's where we're going to land, but because I am using ending balance from what I'm projecting where we're going to land for unaudited actuals, I'm just putting in the absolute necessary amount. Because I don't want to overestimate what I think where we will land. That's why.
You know, and that's okay. It's what I want to see. Like I said, I really wanted to show this. It's not like a gotcha moment. It's me understanding it.
Yeah, of course.
Because from what my understanding of what I read, just layman's perspective, this MYP is reflective on projections where if we're even slightly off our projections, it could really affect our positive certification.
Correct.
Because it's funny because we had different numbers. Because when I added up all the stuff, salaries, benefits, I'm sorry, salaries from both certificated and classified benefits, I got 84%, but still and you used one a little bit higher, but still, I mean, we're operating a school budget basically at less than 20% of what our budget is after salaries. I didn't realize it was that tight. We know we're going to go into contract negotiations soon. After that deal. So is that budgeted into like what might happen later? So because if something changes on labor costs in our step columns, that could just change everything, right?
Yes.
Because we don't have I didn't see a big buffer.
Yeah, I didn't put in the COLA because I don't know where we're gonna land. And again, just I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Where I'm saying our reserve is not necessarily where it's actually gonna be. It just
Yeah, no, and I
that
get
that's
that
good.
because my thing too is that this is part that sucks as a trustee. We're told like, hey, this is important stuff. Then when I want to get ready to like, you're telling me like a hurricane's coming, I want to buy my hurricane gear. But then I'm telling like, no, calm down. It's just a projection and a snapshot.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, do I prepare or do I not prepare? And it's not, for it from 3 different CBOs, the same things like, how hard do I I guess what I'm trying to look for is like, how big of a deal do I make this? Because I'm hearing, well, everything's gonna be blown down to, and then right after that sentence it said a backup sentence, like, but it's okay. It's not, and I know it's not you guys, because it's the way the state makes the rules of how you guys, and correct me wrong, how you guys report it, right? Because we don't have the unaudited actuals. Then the projection, the first interim, so my understanding, the first interim and second interim is a snapshot to see how close we are to the projections from that we're doing right now.
Well, it's for the
Yeah.
budget of that year. Yes.
Because that's really the difference between adopted budget and unaudited, is to see how close you guys were to the original adopted and all the stuff in between, to let us know how we're doing.
Correct.
So what I'm getting to is like, I just don't see a lot of wiggle room, and I see a huge need for reduction in force. That's what I picked up on this whole weekend. Just sum it down. And we don't, and any change in this can really put us in a bad spot, because we are spending more than we take in. And what's been saving our hides, and then when I also hear the union speak about how we always made more, is we're literally being like Dorothy with clicking our ruby red slippers, hoping that every year we get a one-time fund to make up for what we didn't have. And we just keep kicking that can down the road. Is that kind of accurate?
Yes, it is.
The problem with that is that it leads to a false sense of security amongst the board and others, where I don't think they grasp how bad we really are, because it's kind of, we have that grandparent that likes to give us cash whenever our mom takes us over to their house, and instead of the allowance that I have at home. So how do we combat that false sense of security due to one-time funds always being used? We were all told don't use one-time funds on people, and we use one-time funds on people to make up for the past. So how do we bridge that gap to turn the structural deficit into a deficit You know, I'm not asking baby steps, right? What do we do there?
I mean, I think there's really only one answer is you reduce workforce.
What's that?
You reduce workforce. That's it.
And then with reduction in force, do we have a reduction in work? Or do we just pass all the duties of the people that reduce from the workforce onto whoever's lucky enough to stay behind?
I can help answer that
I can
question.
tell you the numbers portion.
So, so there are certain things which you can't cut, right? So you look
Yeah.
at the classrooms and it's like you need a teacher in that classroom, right? You do, right? Above and beyond that, the other support things which kids need, you are able to cut those things. And those are the difficult choices which are going to face us. So it's going to be, hey, those support, the extra support which kids get, which they need and we have, is a great thing. And we're not going to be able to keep it all. And so
I wanna
do
build on
those student needs still exist? Yes, they do. And then it goes to some of those student needs are going to be harder to meet. I mean, those are those tough decisions.
Well, then I'm hoping that we can ask ourselves the hard questions of, yes, we want to have stuff. I mean, yes, I want to have a student wellness center. But if we are not positive certificated and get taken over by the state because we didn't do our due diligence, then everybody's needs are cut deeper than a couple of other awesome support stuff for kids. And I guess what I would like to ask the district is before we do reduction in force, that we do a multi-tiered list of cannot touch, like sped, transportation, or state mandated contributions, and work ourselves. I think you were telling me about Compton superintendent. You mind telling everybody about Compton
Yeah,
superintendent?
yeah. So I read about this recently, and the way which they have done this in Compton is the superintendent essentially used a traffic light system for all positions. Red meaning you can't touch. It's a necessity. Yellow meaning you really don't want to touch it, right? And then green meaning, yeah, you could. And it's that kind of system which they use to be thoughtful around what to cut when cuts had to come. And I just want to say again that this isn't something which anybody wants,
Oh, no. Yeah.
but it is just a system to make difficult decisions.
That I just want to really build on that because my fear is that we're gonna reduce because we're asked to approve the budget tonight, right?
We're not approving.
Public hearing.
It's just
Gotcha. I keep
it's
thinking,
it's
so
just
everything was first readings. I thought we were voting on stuff because I didn't want
No.
I don't want to approve a budget yet where majority is based on a reduction in force. That's what I'm trying to push here. Is I want to see a budget before we do our vote for adopted budget that talks about a system set in place to look at services where we can still, what can we afford to cut to keep as many people here as possible employed without destroying our budget and messing up that little margin of error or our cushion.
Yeah, there's not much actually, because then you're talking about operating budget and the services which you're talking are done by people,
Yeah.
right? So behind those services are people. So,
But-
I mean, and I will say that within the budget, Brenda's job within the budget is to provide a balanced budget and will provide the numbers, but it isn't Brenda's job or the budget's job to say how those cuts will actually be made. That's just a different job.
So let me rephrase my question.
Yeah.
I would like for you to give us guidance of like, even though how you said it's small, if you have like a little paper sheet with a cartoon character pointing like, no, this is where we can't do it, just to help visualize it to make it easier to digest.
I'm uncertain what you're asking for.
I will have to see, I will basically just want more follow-ups. Like, I like I said, I'm already thinking about March 15th. So I would like to see some type of document presentation to explain to us why we had to go to a reduction in force. Or I'm double speaking, why we had to go to an RIF. And I would like just to make me feel better and show the public we did our due diligence, explain, hey, we couldn't cut these certain programs.
I think it's here in the budget. Brenda, tell me if you see it
Yeah,
differently.
So, I mean, I spoke about the way that I created the discretionary amounts for both the departments and the sites. And both for the sites and for the departments, they're significantly less than, like, for the departments, they have actually spent more in other years than what I budgeted for this year. And the same thing for the sites. So it is very lean as it is. If we made any further cuts, they would really suffer. It's just, there's no more scraping that I can do at this point. In my opinion, they actually need more.
And just to kind of like underscore that, could you tell us again what the percentage is of the budget which is spent on people by expenditures and then by revenue?
Yeah, it's about 88% if we just look at expenditures, and 95 if we look at actual revenue, which is, that's how we should be utilizing our money. Yeah, it's very high.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if there's something else which you're asking for, because I'm not.
No, sometimes I have to, like, it's not coming out the way I'm thinking in my head.
Sure.
I guess my fear is like what I'm hearing is doom and gloom, like really bad words, like, hey, tough cookies. We're gonna have these services that we can't afford until it completely just blow out our reserves. Because that's really what I'm hearing right now. I'm not saying you're saying it. It's what through my filters, what I'm hearing. It's like whether we might have to cut off a limb to survive. And I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that I'm cutting off the right limb.
Okay.
Is-
Maybe we'll talk about a budget workshop.
Okay.
Because there's really a lot of.
I was just gonna recommend that, like we
Okay.
could do that.
I understand the board cut me off, so I'll yield my time to the floor back to the board president.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move to public comment. Is there any public comment?
I'll keep it short, even though, 3 minutes is 3 minutes. Angelo, you're calling it on the carpet. You're saying it. I'm cheering you on from the cheap seats. Yeah. We're really gonna have to have that serious talk of what programs do we support currently. I mean, you look at transportation, as much as we've had issues with that. We're only really legally required to provide transportation for sped students. All the other transportation that we offer is a benefit. Now, I'm not saying that transportation needs to be cut, but that's the reality of what I'm interpreting is being asked for, is what programs can we say, you know what? Sorry, but until we get some extra funding here and there, we may have to just go ahead and chop this off and call it. That's a discussion that I've been having with people for almost 6 years now, of what programs from our perspective on the outside are doing us the most good. I hate to put it in the terms, but this is something that I've been working on myself, is what does my labor cost? What does my labor bring to the household? So if my labor isn't bringing in enough to say that I need to stick around, well, then that's kind of what it comes down to. So Angela, thank you for doing exactly what you just did, calling it on the carpet and saying, you know what, we need to actually look at some of this stuff as a more serious. What services are we providing that's good? What may need to disappear for a little while? What can we transition over to the county? What can we ask MCOE to take up the slack on? Also, if it's at all possible, when we shake everything out, again, I've been banging on this drum now for almost 6 years, grant writing. That's that one-time fund, that candy bar. You look at the great stuff that goes on at Echo Valley, that's all grant funded. Not a whole lot of it comes out of our pocket, but you look at the amazing things that they can do over there from that grant funding. So having somebody dedicated to the task instead of having to heap it on as an additional job instruction, other duties as assigned, which, us out here in the labor force, especially in the retail world, understand as the boss says, do it regardless of whether you're good at it or not. It may be time that we actually do need to look at how we process our grants, what grants are out there, because I know we're missing it. I can point to 5 of them that we could have applied for, but we didn't have the people to do it. So again, thank you, Angelo, for calling it exactly what it is. And yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Eric. Is there any public comment on Zoom? No. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. And then are there any final comments from the board?
No, I just I do want to recommend, like, we look at that time frame. Like we've done in the past, like a budget workshop to kind of really, after the May revise, I think is basically when we want to do it.
Sure.
Or
You
even
know?
September, we should mention
Or
September. final
September, or
action.
just really look at the things that were brought up today, from our colleagues. To explore those options and get a little bit more creative and be in the forefront, right? Because my colleagues know I've always been screaming about our budget. I mean, especially when we were at 9 million. And when we were at 7 million and we were at 5 million, we've been down this road. And so getting a little bit more creative and exploring those options, grant writing, yes, we've been talking about that for a while. So maybe just having a workshop, and really outlining all these things to see, so we can get in the forefront of it. So I'm just kind of putting that on there. So we can kind of schedule a month that works best for all to tackle it in advance.
Any further comments? Nope. Okay, moving on to board requests for, thank you, Brenda. Thank you both. Board requests for information and or possible agenda items. We'll stop with you, Rick.
No.
Okay. Adriana? Good. Martha?
None.
Angela? Okay. Then I invite a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn at 8:48.
Okay, seconded by Rick. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, meeting adjourned at 48 feet.